Heyo! Welcome on back to this game. What's it called? I don't know. Clair Obscur. Oh yeah, I forgot I was here. I'll be honest, I forgot a lot of what I did last time. It's fresh in the memory, but it's also a little bit ephemeral, evaporatory. Evaporatory. That's funny. But yeah, I don't know. Hold on, yeah. First things first. Cheers with a little bit of cheer wine. In case you're wondering, cheer wine it is a cherry soda, popular where I am, or at least I don't know, popular with me. I love this thing, man. And there we go. Hopefully that was a nice little pour. Because again, yeah. Did it even sound like anything? Oh yeah, okay, that's a good pour. Sorry if you got like sensitivity to pouring liquids and stuff. Me, I got an affinity for it. But yeah, oh god. I'm just thinking like, man, it's gotta be so cold just walking around in the snow with your bare feet. Oh. But yeah, oh yeah, I'll be honest, there's this fellow on the tubes of you, with the name, Pounder McNasty. And I've seen a few of his videos before, like, I've seen him talk about the development for Spider-Man 2. I think that was kind of like, my favorite video by him, because I like and also dislike Spider-Man 2, but I probably like it more than I dislike it, which might be controversial for some people. I don't know. It might be a wrong take, according to some. I don't know. I think Spider-Man 2 is not terrible. It's just the sad thing is it doesn't live up to its full potential, which is sad. But yeah, the other thing that I wanted to mention, I wanted to talk about was, oh yeah, I was just watching his video about Clair Obscur, and it's like, oh wow, this seems really interesting, really neat, and it's like, I want to watch it, but I also don't want to watch it because I don't want, like, even anything subtle being revealed to me. I want, like, no info at all. And, I will say, though, this is no offense to the guy, but I will say, in the beginning of his video, about, like, not even 2 minutes in, he refers to the development studio, Sandfall Entertainment or Interactive or whatever it is. I don't need to know it. I'm not making a video about it, okay? But he does say Sandbox instead of Sandfall, which is like really funny. Oh man, I don't know. It reminds me of a video I was watching. I don't know who it was. Again, I'm not calling them out or nothing. It was like maybe something like Cosmonaut something. But like I watched a couple of videos by them where I watched the video on like the ending of How I Met Your Mother because I'm like, oh, I remember watching that show when I was younger, and I never finished it, you know. But yeah, I found it to be. I was like kind of curious about it, and at one point I can't remember what the word was, but like he says a word that I'm like, you've never heard that word pronounced. You've only read that word, and now you're reading that word out loud, and that is not how you say that word. Like, it's not even like a tomato thing, where it's like, oh, some people say it like this, other people say it like this. It's like, no, it's like pronouncing epitome, which is spelled EPIT OME, I think. I don't know if I spelled that wrong. I might have. But pronouncing epitome as like epitome or something like that. Where it's like, English is a nonsensical language, but it's very funny to have a YouTube video and you're like, and it's like you've never heard this word pronounced before, or you never like corrected your mispronunciation of it. It's kind of funny. Again, I'm not calling him out or anything. It just was funny where I'm like, you haven't heard that word in a sentence out loud. You've read it, but you haven't heard it. Which was, I don't know, I find it humorous. Like, I don't know, I think stuff like that is kind of neat. Whereas, like, you can see, like, flaws and faults in someone's work. And, I don't know, I think it's especially fun when they are minor, when they're not, like, a big deal. So it's just, like, something that most people wouldn't notice or even care about. But it's like, oh, I see you. I saw that. Ooh, hot damn. Alright. I was not... sorry, in case you're wondering, I was taking a sip of my cheer wine, which I definitely haven't mixed with any other clear liquid, and now tasting it, I'm like, wow, I'm getting a lot of the clear liquid taste, and not the cheer wine taste. Oh, okay, I'm back here. Yeah, I roughly don't know what I ought to be doing. Oh, yeah, that guy's sad. But yeah, it's like, I remember the guy, Monaco, or whatever his name is. He was like, hey, go this way and do this thing, or go talk to the people around here. The, I don't know, the Bergenworths? What are you guys called? Grandees. Grandies? Beautiful weather today, hmm? It'll be a tad warm for my liking. Too warm, really? Before the fracture, our ancestral home lay high above the heavens on mountains tipped with crystal clouds. Blossoms of snowflakes graced our every breath. The blizzards of yesteryear were a sight to behold and quite invigorating to experience. Neat. It is as it ever was. Enemies abound, but we hold firm against those who would wreak havoc upon our home. I shall soon rekindle the great flames of the forge and cast our defenses anew. See, it's like, for example, I switched up the place of great because I read it too quickly. You use weapons? Of a sort. Between the wrongs of deception and violence, we have chosen the lesser evil. We are well versed in methods of misdirection through the skillful application of sound. As you have surely seen with the bell we gifted to our furry gestural friend oh so long ago. Perhaps some of our designs might be of use in your journey. Ah, cool. Gotta complete a quest, 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 complete a... Okay, and now I can buy stuff. Perhaps we can help each other. I'm developed... I don't know why I've switched back to, like, pseudo-British voice. I'm developing something that greatly increase our chances of survival and will undoubtedly aid you in battle as well. I require one final ingredient, the eternal ice, a type of ice that never melts. You can find some not far from here within the depths of the glacial mountains. Retrieve the eternal ice for a fair price, I'll use it to augment your defenses. What say you? Sure. I must warn you, the path to frozen hearts will not be easy. Many threats await you there. So I wish you good luck. Now, I will say, honestly, this is kind of interesting. And also, by the way, the bit I'm doing with giving them high-pitched voices is that just like, that's not what you think they would sound like. So it's, I don't know. I feel like it's always like a good classic bit where it's like, oh wow, look at this big tough guy. I bet they got a great voice. And they're just like, hey, how are you? Oh wow, that's really awesome. It is true the fracture brought its share of ills, but there is beauty in its aftermath. Take these stations scattered across the mountains. Though not their original purpose, they have sheltered us well and became our cherished home. Your ancestors rode iron horses from station to station, and though these marvels breathe fire no more, still they are a lovely reminder of human ingenuity, and they beautify our surrounds. It is astonishing, is it not? The many wonders your ancestors have wrought. I think you would enjoy a visit to Lumiere. Oh, yes. I would very much love to go to Lumiere one day. I don't know, also, should I be reading all these guys' dialogue out loud? Because I guarantee you, I won't be doing it the whole time, but I gotta see this guy. Ah! Sorry? We grandees are impervious to cold and is utterly dreadful for one such as me. Can you guess why? Because you want to wear clothes. Why? Because there is no need for clothes. We run about naked as the day we were born. As a fashion designer, my talents languish from disuse. My life needs colors and textures. Oh, I have a brilliant idea. Let me dress you, you and your two marvelous friends. But, before I drape you with elegance, you must first best me in eloquence. Sounds great. I shall design you attire for the one that is able to best me in an eloquence battle. Shall we begin? Yes. Then let us commence. I was almost expecting it to be like, you gotta like beat him with words. Oh wait, is it going to be that? Are you ready? I shall start. Yes it is! Yeah! See, this is fun. I was like, oh, you're gonna hit me with something unique and creative? And I'm like, oh no, it's just gonna be a regular fight. Nope, you gotta finish this guy's poetry. Life blooms like a rose with petals soft and frail. Interesting. Life blooms like a rose with petals soft and frail. Winter winds will whisper the ending of the tale, where even the strong ones pale. And often we fail to set sail. I'm kind of more... Winter winds is nice, but it feels not as relevant. Where even the strong ones pale, that feels like it works. You're not very poetic, asshole. Alright, fine. Do me again. Run it back. Alright? Let's see if you're a pompous dick who wants the winter winds. Life blooms like a rose with petals soft and frail. Winter winds will whisper the ending of the tale. Okay, you're simpleton. My poetry's too advanced for you. I'm not some kind of easily impressed prick. Let us continue. Life's a canvas painted with the colors of our strife. Death, the artist's final stroke, completing every life. Yeah, that one's definitely gotta be it. Life sings its song of joy and pain, its notes both sweet and bitter, with a tune that drifts and stutters. No, in a language we cannot decipher. Yeah, no. Life sings a song of joy and pain, its notes both sweet and bitter. Its echoes fade to stillness, our secrets follow after. Yay! I have a way with words, young lady. Or I'm a young lady with a way of words, I don't know. You're good, I should have expected that. Hold on for a moment, it's going to take some time to create my piece. There, I am proud of this one. Ooh. Fancy. So, I have a question then. What if I talk to you as this guy? You're not a lady. Alright. So... Sure. Yeah, is it going to be different for each individual? Or am I just going to do the same minigame 3 times? Life is but a fleeting dream, a whisper in the night. Yeah, while shadows fade to silence, gone beyond our sight. Through the veil of shadows, life's mysteries are spun. Death untangles threads, revealing what's begun. Life dances on the edge of time, a flicker in the breeze. Eternity then cradles us, a promise to appease. Alright, so it just pick the one with a comma in it. Just pick the response that has a comma. Alright. A little rude that you can't, you know, get this for all the characters, but it's fine. Ooh. That is kind of neat looking. Oh, okay. I was wondering because I was looking at this and I'm like, something is off about this. This looks strange, and it's because I thought it was the default hair, but it's not. That's the default hair. Okay. In that case. Whatever. You can keep your normal outfit, buddy. And now, yeah. Easy. I'll do it in one go. Just pick whichever one has a comma. Life's a river winding through the valleys of despair. It meets the sea's embrace where sorrow turns to air. Life's a story written with the ink of dreams and fears, and death the final chapter where we shed our tears. Life's a blazing comet racing through the sky. Its lights will softly fade where weary skies lie. Easy, man. You three have incredible repartee. You each deserved your win. Thank you. It was nice to learn about your culture, I guess. Is that what we did? I am happy you enjoyed it. I personally enjoyed creating those outfits, so I hope you wear them all the time. You rekindled my passion for design. I should become a full-fledged fashion designer. You can count on it. Well, that's fun. Sorry, I'm picking the lady that glides around and doesn't constantly make footsteps. Would you kindly descend from there? No! I've told you we cannot see anything from up there. And I saw some of them. If you're to scout for Nevrons, could you please do so at the station entrance? Recall when Monaco? And the others faced the ice behemoth? The one with the pointy bits? You are not Monaco. You are merely going to injure yourself. That up there is the perfect vantage point. Had I stood watch from there, we would have had ample warning. This is becoming tiresome. Yes. And yet you do not yield to reason. Reason is yet to grace you with her presence. Oh, so you wish to trade barbs? Very well. Let us have a proper debate. Well, alright. So, what's going on here with you guys? The Grandee live... I seriously, like, I remember playing this part yesterday. I do not remember the pronunciation of any of these characters' names. Wow. Alright, man. Anything's possible if you have the will to see it through. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, wait, that did just make me remember. I don't know where it was from exactly, but like... Oh, yeah, I think it was actually from, like, I think Brennan Lee Mulligan talking about it, or at least, Brennan Lee Mulligan talking about with other, like, D&D related people, where, like, you know, people involved with, like, Dungeons & Dragons games or shows or whatever, where he was talking about that it's, like, weird to have, like, a big thing where it's like, oh, through friendship or willpower you can defeat the big bad boss or whatever. And it's like, it's a little disrespectful to all the people that died, huh? Like, oh, sorry, you weren't good enough friends with your friends, so you died, or something like that. You know, you just weren't strong enough. Many challenges lie ahead for both your kind and ours. Please, take this. Oh, thanks, man. Our resources are modest, but we hope this gift may be of use to you. That's very kind. Thank you. With the almighty Monaco by your side, I fear not your journey. For your journey. You shall emerge victorious against the Paintress. I'm sure of it. I'm not so sure of it myself, considering I think we might have the Paintress on our side. I can't remember a time when we weren't hiding from the Nevrons. Feels like only yesterday to me. This pathway leads to the treasure region of the mountains. Your destination is Old Lumiere. You should leave via the other exit. Okay. I don't know if I want to go to Old Lumiere, in all honesty. Bah. Greetings, expeditioners. Are you in search of your former home, Old Lumiere? Yes. If so, I fear you are on the wrong path. Retrace your steps and take the alternative exit from the station. Alright. You say anything else? No. Surviving these frozen lands will prove quite a challenge. Here, take this. Might aid you in survival. Good luck, expeditioners. Oh, that's nice. Now, I'm curious what this thing here is. Is it anything? Ah, creates a bridge. But to where? To Terabithia? Or something along those lines? I don't know. Oh, I think I remember this area somewhat vaguely. I don't know, I was intoxicated as all hell last time I played this game, so it's all a bit of a blur. Oh, this game, it's Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Kind of funny that I get a comment just as soon as I say that. But no, it's a really good game. If you like or are interested in turn-based RPGs, it's really great. I don't know, honestly, I'm not a big fan of turn-based RPGs, and this one is a lot of fun. The story is really interesting, if a bit weird, and I don't know, it's a lot of fun. Huh? What? Me? I'm not lost at all. I don't know about that, Lost Jestrel. I don't know if you are. Well, that's nice. Well, I say, let's get into a fight and see how well I do.
Here we go.
You're doing pretty well.
Here's your card. Finesse. Precision.
And there we go. That's a little taste of the gameplay. Though that one I had the advantage, and I'm also... I'll be honest, I don't know if I'm over-leveled or if I'm, like, at the right level for this area. I think it's a little bit of column A, column B.
Let's spill some ink. A storm is coming.
I was hoping to actually parry that. Ah. I've not played Ni no Kuni, whether the first one or the second one. I have heard of it, though I haven't seen too much gameplay from it. But I mean, it makes sense. I think it is a turn-based RPG like this one. I would say like the thing that makes Clair Obscur kind of unique for turn-based RPGs is that you like kind of have to like it's turn-based when you're picking what attacks to do, but then when the enemies attack you, you have to dodge or parry in real time. Speaking of which,
don't worry, I'm here.
yeah, does that game kind of have a Pokemon element to it, where you're capturing new creatures or you're unlocking like new abilities upon defeating people? Because I would say this game is no real capturing of creatures, but you do get new abilities that allow you to do different things. Sure. What do you got? A plunging bob. And a French bob. My oh my. 2 bombs for the price of 2 bombs? Pretty crazy. I know, as well as being able to customize your abilities, you can also customize what the characters look like with outfits and hairstyles. Plunging Bob is pretty interesting, not gonna lie. French Bob is fun too. I'm going for this.
Sword is dead. Ready to parry.
I was not expecting that final hit.
Brace yourselves. Do me in. I can do it.
Ah, you have to be in the virtual stance. That makes sense.
Flames, eat off my blade.
Well done. Careful now.
Lune, attention.
Go on, smash the ground.
Now is
I'll
our
just jump
chance.
up. But yeah, I don't know. I really enjoy the game, even if I'm not always great at the combat. I don't know. It's very and it's very interesting. You have to practice because each enemy has different kinds of moves, and sometimes it's really easy to know when to dodge or parry because they'll be very obvious with the sound cues. It's like you listen for a certain sound, it's like, okay, that's when you parry. But then sometimes you're fighting an enemy and they're like, okay, here we go, I'm gonna do a big swing. Oh, you better look out, I'm gonna be doing a big swing. You better be ready, you better get ready to dodge. Alright, here's a sound cue. And then you're like, okay, dodge. It's like, oh, sorry, I'm gonna attack a second later and now you're dead. But again, it's all practice makes perfect. And I think it's a very interesting way of doing the grinding aspect of an RPG, where rather than it just being a thing of like, oh, go around and kill a bunch of enemies so you have enough XP. It's like, go around and kill enemies to get XP, but also to learn how to like most effectively kind of deal with them, like practice different combos and different moves and synergies between your companions. Because right now I have this crew, but you get 5 people total. You can mix and match. And you also have this guy, who's fun. Oh, what's this?
An advantage.
Ah. See, what to upgrade? Honestly, for Lune here, I'm just like all damage. Some of the other characters, much more balanced with the skill point distribution. Alright. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I should just keep rattling off facts of what I can remember about this game. I mean, right now I'm in the kind of at the beginning, maybe a quarter of the way through Act 2. Just got a new companion and also went the wrong way. Supposed to go the other direction. Oh yeah. I've not played I haven't personally played Noida, but I have seen it, and Noida is a roguelike, and it's like, I don't know, I like roguelikes quite a bit, whether they be genuine roguelikes or roguelites, if you want to be technical about it. But yeah, I don't know, I do always think that's an interesting thing with a game, is kind of the idea of practice makes perfect. Which, like, I think that is pretty good game design, because it's like, rather than just being like, oh, you have to get good at a game, it's like, no, you want to get good at the game. You want to be able to deal with the enemies and fight them. Okay, let me see the map. So it just came out of there. Okay, I'm trying to go to Old Lumiere. To be honest, this is my fault for not paying attention the last time I played the game. Where they're like, hey, you can either head this way to do some bonus stuff, or you can head this way to do the main story. And I'm like, okay, cool. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a night and head to bed. And now I'm playing the game again. I'm like, where do I go? What's the right direction? Okay, so maybe I did go the right way, and I just thought it was the wrong way? Because I can't access the map here. So I think that's where I came in from. Do you guys know where I'm supposed to be going? It was pleasant meeting the merchant, but things could have become perilous. We did well to return. There's too much we do not know about the crater. The Nevrons there are fierce. Okay. So is this the right way then? Gonna maybe lose my mind if it's... Okay, this is the right way. In my defense, this looks very similar to the other area. It is different, but I'm like, oh, this is the area I came from. Nope. Well, you guys seem like a hard fight. Come on. Alright.
Ready to evade.
Currently trying to go to a particular location. That's my main goal, but I'm sure there will be a boss along the way.
Do me in.
Okay.
No more tricks.
Brace yourself.
Well,
Not looking good.
I can't help but feel like it's probably the fire. Yep.
René, attention.
Come on. The third hit you did, that should have hit me, but not the... Oh. I hate this one. This one is the worst.
On me.
You see the timing of that? You see why that's a struggle? Okay. Well. Seems like I'm going to die. Now this is why you have a backup.
That's more like it. Bring it on. Bring it on.
I hate the timing of it. It's so absurd.
Might have.
Okay.
Oh, really? Bring it on. Bring it on.
It's also incredibly confusing with the angles. Alright. Well, hey, that wasn't a boss, but sure did feel like it. That's a cool looking weapon. You know, honestly, let's go fight that giant crystal guy off in the distance. He will be easier, I think. Okay.
chroma is flowing. Take cover! I'm waiting.
Oh.
No, never.
Just hit me with a new mechanic I'm not used to yet. Jerk.
It's locked on you.
Alright.
Not giving up.
If I die, so be it.
Rana!
It's locked on you.
Ready to parry.
I'm waiting.
I was ready for
I
that
can
too.
do it.
Alright.
This and precision.
Alright.
Foolish move. A bit of violence, yes. I'd love a dance. That's more like it.
Alrighty. For completely unrelated reasons, my throat is burning. Oh my god. Whew. Damn. Jeezy Louise. Alright. Well, now, hold on. I gotta go check something out. What's going on here? Oh, do I get to go on a hot air balloon ride? What's going on here? Oh. Let me guess, more parkour. Welcome to the most fiendish challenge of all. What is this place? We call it the Gestural Ascension. Golgra used to suck at climbing, so she built this to hone her skills. Only a few Gestrals managed to reach the top, but those who did are so proud that they decided to live there and never come back. If you reach the top, they will most likely welcome you as a hero and offer you the ultimate Gestral reward, an outfit. Alright. Oof. I'm not gonna lie, this seems like some asshole shit. Listen, you can play all the fine tunes you want, game. I already know you're gonna be doing some evil stuff with this. Why is my controller vibrating? Ah, there we go. Yep. There we go. Look, game, I beat both Psychonauts, so it's gonna take a little bit more than this to get me. You mind if I say something? I've also beat Mario Odyssey, but that's less impressive because the game is better designed. What's there? Why are you tempting me? Why are you tricking me to go that way? I see nothing there. Alright, I'm not gonna let you do it. I'm not gonna let you get me. Not like that. My only question is, how did they build this? Oh, thanks. Not sure what your profile picture is, but it looks sick. Nah, going up this way. Raven Refused to Sing by ST something. The message gets cut off by PlayStation. Yeah, am I going up this way yonder? Come on. Steven Wilson. Nice. I'll check it out. Oh, I see what I have to do. I knew it was coming. You really got to do that to me, game. Oh. What sucks too is I was just thinking, I was like, hey, could you give me like something hard? Oh. You know, I'm longing for the days of playing Disco Elysium because I don't think this is a controversial take, but it's like Disco Elysium is a great game because it makes like no attempts to be anything other than what it is. Like, you play the game and the game is essentially an interactive novel, you know? Like, it's of course an RPG, but it is heavily text focused, and it's like there are actions you can do and take in the game, but they are primarily just there for you to I don't know, to push the story forward and do it in an interesting way, where it's like, you know, it's kind of funny. Sometimes it's the case where it's like it's better to fail something in Disco Elysium. And like the game is so hyper focused on what it's doing that it's like it's so great that it's never like, oh hey, here's a part of Disco Elysium where you gotta go ahead and climb up this tower, or you gotta beat this mini game or whatever. Like there's you can do this optionally, but it's like you can play a board game with Kim, and it's like really fun because it's just it's an interaction between these two characters, and it's just like a fun little thing where it's like you can win and you can lose. It ultimately doesn't really matter, but it's just like it's a fun scene, and it's like, is this fun? I don't know. Maybe for someone else this is really fun, but for me, I'm just dreading it. I'm like, I want to do it, I want to complete this thing for completion's sake, but it's like, I would rather be doing something that's more enjoyable. It's like, I feel that way a lot of the time with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, where it's like, there are fun mini games in that game, but then there's a lot that are just either frustrating or weird or just frankly unnecessary. And what? Lune, why did you do that? Ugh. That's true, but I don't know, I think that is really interesting. Like, one of my favorite interactions when failing is with Acel, where she's on the ice, and for context, in case anyone's listening who hasn't played Disco Elysium, Acel is this like just teenage girl hanging out with all these other like wannabe musicians slash drug dealers. And so at one point you can like say to her like, hey, you seem cold, like take this hat from me and you'll be warmer. And she's like, hey, look man, fuck the hat, I don't care about it, I'm fine. And you can make a check to persuade her to take the hat, or and if you fail it, like if you succeed, she's like, alright, I'll take the hat. But if you fail, you just have like a meltdown in front of her, and you absolutely lose your shit. And it's like genuinely this like pathetic moment, but it's like it kind of works out because in a way it's like more endearing to her to do that. And it's just a great scene. But yeah, I mean, also, I would say that, like, say, failing the check to intimidate the Hardy Boys, that's a little bit more than just cringy and embarrassing. Because there's like, oh yeah, you did this thing that was dumb and stupid. But then, like, failing the Hardy Boys check is so good. 'Cause it's just such an insane thing. Oh man, sorry, I'm just thinking about it. It's so funny. It's like you have to ask your partner for his gun because you lost your gun, and then with his gun you threaten to shoot yourself in front of all these guys, and they kind of have to like, they have to almost like talk you out of it, but also some of them are like, yeah, go on, pig, blow your brains out. It's really funny. I mean, it's deeply concerning and fucked up, but it's so great. Oh man. Or even say, for example, like one of the very first checks you can do. Yeah, actually, like one of the first checks that like most people will do is well, not most people, but it's like it's one of the first things you can do into the game is talking to shoot, what's her name? The Oranese dancer. I'm forgetting what her name is. I mean, it's not like it's her actual name or anything, but still. Claudia, right? Claudia? But anyway, you can like try to convince her to date you, or you can try to ask her out, and if you fail it, you're like, I want to have a fuck with you, and she just laughs hysterically at you saying this to her. But then, that's pretty good. And then it comes back later, which is even funnier, when you realize, oh, she's like a victim in this murder case. Not the victim, but like a person of interest in this murder case that I'm doing. Fuck you, video game. But I'm gonna get back to talking about a video game that's actually good 100% of the time. But no, my favorite one is when Garte is like, hey, you need to pay your bill, buddy. And then you can just like try to run away, and if you fail, you will try to jump out of the door, but instead you will hit an old woman in a wheelchair. And this actually works out, because if you do that, then he'll be like, okay, fine, you don't owe me any extra, you just owe me the amount you need for the room. So you actually pay less by fucking up so terribly and hitting an old woman in her wheelchair. Oh man. What a great game Disco Elysium is. I ought to play it again. I don't know, there's a lot I have to do for it. I have like my original playthrough I did for it like fucking 2 or 3 years ago now, and well, it actually even more, like probably like 4 years now at this point. But yeah, my original playthrough that I want to at least finish editing and uploading, so that way it can be done. I might not release it, but fuck you! Fuck you! Give me a break! The problem is you get more frustrated with the game. You want to go faster through it, but then you lead to more mistakes. Yeah, I will say that Disco Elysium is the best game I've ever played. And it's like, I don't know, I have an appreciation for games that can kind of just like be what they are and not have any like kind of bones about it. Like for example, fish bone. I don't know, I really like Telltale games. Like I think it's I don't know, it's very interesting to be like, hey, listen, this is gonna be like some gameplay. We're gonna ask you to do QuickTime events, but it's like focused primarily on dialogue and dialogue choice, or even like Quantic Dreams games, which are like, they are disappointingly, they are tragically like poorly written, but it's such like a cool concept. Like I don't know, the only one I've really played is what's the one? Detroit Become Human. And like, I don't know, I think it's really interesting that you play as like 3 different characters, and you can have like one of the characters be like the genuine antagonist. Like, I don't know, I think that's fun. So you can either have them all be friends and pick a good ending, or you can turn one of them into the Terminator, you know? I think it's such a fun and interesting concept for a game. I just wish it wasn't written by David Cage. Oh, man. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, a game that does what it wants to do and does it well, I think is great. Which is why, like, RPGs kind of suck. Because, like, I think this game is great when it's beating an RPG. When I'm doing a cutscene, or I'm doing a fun boss fight, or even grinding with the main stuff. But then when it's like, oh, hey, we gotta introduce minigames, I'm like, fuck you, just give me the custom outfits. Alright? I'm not gonna feel any better now that I've earned an outfit. It's like, take for example with Lune here, it's like, I don't know, I don't feel good about like, oh cool, I can put her in a swimsuit now. Like, I don't give a fuck about that. I'm not gonna put her in a swimsuit because it doesn't make sense. And it would also be really fucked up for a dramatic cutscene. Like, again, I don't know, it was really funny when I saw someone like getting to a particular point in the game, and they're like, oh, is this gonna be like really dramatic or something? And I see that the outfit they have on is not the default outfit, but this outfit. The baguette outfit, which gives you a baguette and a classic French outfit. Iconic, really, but still really funny to be like, oh yeah, this is like the saddest thing to happen to any of these characters at this point. And also, here you go, you're in a silly outfit. It is funny, but it is like, I know, it does take away from the dramaticness of it somewhat. Which is not really like a criticism or a critique of the game. I'm just saying it's like superfluous. Is this it? Can I be done? Fuck you. Fuck you. Pointing up. Oh, go that way. I don't wanna. I wanna be done. I wanna get to a checkpoint. I will say, I don't know. So it seems like multiple ways I can... No, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. There we go. Alright. Ooh, okay. I caught a break. I'll take that, man. I will take that. It's like, you know, playing this game, I'm like, this is a really well-designed RPG. What it's not is a really well-designed platformer. It sucks shit. Rather be playing Mario Odyssey or Psychonauts or, I don't know, Crash Bandicoot. Something that's actually, like, made to be the way that it is. Whereas, like, yeah, I think the thing about this is it's, like, deceptively easy. Because, like, take that, for example. That's no skill. That is just you hitting up on the direction stick. Also, I can't help but feel like there's going to be a little bit of a plot twist when I get to the top of this. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, I'm so happy to be done.
Ah, cool. Come Willow. Forse equipo.
Nice to see some new faces. You made it. You're cool too. Oh, one of us. One of us. One of us. I wasted my time and arbitrarily got to the highest point. Howdy there. Oh, really? An expedition? I certainly wasn't expecting that. But your presence here is proof that you climbed the tower like all of us here. You can live here with us now forever. Actually, we can't really do that. Oh. Well then, as a souvenir, take this. This is the ultimate Gestrel uniform. Ooh. Wear with pride. You're one of us now. So, is that unlocked for everyone, or just unlocked for Lune? Not unlocked for Lune. Oh, you got it. Alright, that's pretty funny. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with this for now, but still, it was fun. Alright. Was that worth it? Fuck no. Am I glad I did it? Not really. Do I feel any sense of pride and accomplishment? A little bit, but not in the way I'm sure the game wants me to feel. But all right. Now back to the fake game. All right. I hope I get back to playing the real game soon. Ooh. Now here we go. This is a real game. What you got for sale? Ooh, a bun and a ponytail. Let's see you with a bun, buddy. Honestly, I don't know. I'm just a fan of longer hair in general. Let's see the ponytail. It's pretty good, but I like this. Alright.
Useful.
Ah, 5% of a gradient charge on using an item. Interesting. Anything else to grab in this little island? Oh, there's this thing. Which, what does this thing do again? Oh, it makes a bridge. Where's the bridge lead? Ah, it just leads back here. Okay. Well, let's play the bonus mini game of this game, which is like turn-based RPG battles or whatever. I don't know, seems a little gimmicky to me. I want to get back to doing the parkour.
Here's your
I'm gonna try to take you out first.
Take down their shields.
It's locked on you. Waiting. A storm is coming.
Alright.
I'll do it.
You're very mean. Alright, send in the boys.
Oh well.
God, the build up on that is just a little too long.
Foolish move. Minoko, get ready. Foolish move. You're outmatched. That's more like it. Bring it on. Last ditch. Cut him down.
Oh, that's good.
Break.
Hey, look at that. That's really funny because I just got an achievement for perfection for getting him up to S rank or whatever, because I just got him. I just got Verso. That's the old man looking guy, even though he looks like he's, you know, maybe 40 at most, but he's got white in his hair, so you know he's old. But yeah, I got his thing done and then immediately died. That's really funny. Okay, hold on. Let's see. I think actually remove you from the party and bring you in. Because you actually, I think, have really good synergy with Mael. So let's see how this works out. Okay.
Take down their shields.
A storm is coming.
Why didn't that work? Are you not? Yeah, are you not? Oh, come on, I hit that.
On me.
With vigor.
God damn. You do a lot of
Likes you. Foolish. What lovely feet. Almost lost you. Why, yes, I love a dance.
It's all a matter of practice. Like, if you know when and how that guy's gonna attack, it's not very hard to avoid it.
Feel the burn.
Things are getting spicy.
Of course, the one time you actually do that, I'm not prepared for it.
Foolish move. Why, yes, I love a dance.
Okay, let's. I think I have a good chance. I have a good chance of recovering.
Try me. Deal me in.
I kind of hate that second one. I hate that second attack because it's really hard to see, and it's like, it is less about you being like, oh, I gotta hit this at the right time, and it's more just like, oh yeah, after he does his first move, you have to immediately kind of dodge or parry to avoid the second move. Alright. what a fight, man. Alright, so I think there's definitely some things I can do to improve. Like, let's say, for example, if you, Lune, I gotta really mess with your skills. I gotta mess about. Here. See if I can find a little point where I can
Let us get wet.
get into the skills. I guess just go to camp. That actually makes sense. Alright.
Minoko seems fun.
Oh, yeah.
Bet you guys got up to lots of trouble together.
That obvious, huh?
You guys getting us into more trouble now?
An appropriate amount of trouble.
I've spent some time with Gestrals. I'm not sure we had the same definition of appropriate.
Ah, let me guess. You've been to one of their arenas?
Reigning champion. Naturally.
Naturally.
I know, honestly, reset. Let's give you like 20 health minimum. Then put the rest into might. 50 seems good. Yeah, up to 25 and then... I don't know, do that. At this point, I'm just like, everyone can use a bit more health, so that way I'm not always dying. Okay. Skills to learn. Alright, this is going to be a whole lot, going to be a whole series of things happening that I will do in a minute, but I have to use the restroom first, so, I don't know, what to play, what's new? Yeah, let's play Alicia's birthday party, why not, if I can select it. Fun. Alright. Well, be back in a bit. Bye-bye. I return. In the time it took me to take a piss and grab me a whole nother drink so that way I can do it all over again, I watched the entirety of Donkey's Cat View for Shrey. It was pretty great. I'm a little out of breath though, because I did run downstairs, then run back upstairs. So let's see. Let's go for, I'm kind of curious about our painted family. Okay, it's this one. Yeah, what's honeymoon in Lumiere? That's fun. Anyway, cheers. Some may say I'm being an alcoholic by drinking at 4 a.m., and I would say I'm just Harry Dubois maxing. No, look, bro, my self-destructive tendencies and my abuse of substances, it's a Disco Elysium reference, alright? I don't need help, I'm fine. I will say also, it'd be more concerning if I didn't like fall asleep at, I don't know, probably like 6 p.m. or something, and then wake up at like 2 a.m. or whatever. I don't know, my sleep schedule's all thrown off, so I figure, hey, if that's thrown off, so will my sobriety. Alright, let's go chat with the rest of the crew.
Feet? Really?
Don't worry. He's not interested in human feet.
And the bell?
A gift from the Grandis.
Amazing. I wonder if we can achieve something similar.
I'll stick to my swords. I'm not too keen on turning into a Nevron.
If we combine this with Pictos, could we selectively use Nevron abilities in battle?
Okay, you seem busy. I'll come back later.
I mean, yes, of course, but I don't know what this guy does. Honestly, Verso seems kind of like a prick. Verso approaches Lune. He can see that she wants to ask him more questions.
I've been wondering, why stay on the continent alone? Why not return to Lumia?
I did. I went back. Helped with the rebuild. After the fracture, we didn't have anything. Food, shelter. None of it.
Things must have been chaotic then.
Nothing like the end of the world to bring out the best and worst in us. I almost miss those times. You know, the dome shield. My father and I helped build that.
The way you say that, I don't buy it. I think your father is actually you in the future, and you're the guy that died, but an alternate version of him, or maybe you're the original. I don't know. The plot is complicated.
Oh. Why'd you leave then?
Those early expeditions, they were search and rescue. We didn't know about the Paintress then. We just wanted to find our loved ones, like my mother.
I see. But this time, you didn't go back.
People didn't trust me. Guess I'm hard to trust.
Perhaps.
Guess they thought I knew more than I did. Halfway to the monolith, I was betrayed. Barely escaped. Kind of killed my interest in returning home. What about you? Do you miss home?
I spent my whole life studying the Paintress and the monolith. This is where I need to be.
What a long-winded way to avoid answering the question.
Yes, there are things I miss.
You paint such a vibrant picture.
If you must know what I really miss of viennoiserie.
Oh, Good answer. I miss those too.
What the fuck is that? Look, man, you say Vince Suarez. I don't know what that means.
What?
Stellar dialogue.
I enjoyed this conversation.
High praise.
Lune feels more relaxed in Verso's presence. He appreciates that Verso has shared actual useful information. Oh, man. Lune becomes lost in thought, reflecting on the information that Verso has shared. Verso feels ignored and goes back to the others. God, man, just like your counterpart, you're like a weird... I don't want to call you a pussy, but that's that's what my gamer brain tells me. Like, I don't know. Again, until the game is like, hey, these are for sure different people, I'm going to be treating Gustav and Verso as the same fucking character. Because they are the same. I don't care if they have different voice actors, that one of them is played by Daredevil and the other one is played by the main character from Final Fantasy 16. Alright, I don't care. They're the same guy. Oh, this one has brown hair and this one has black hair. Surely you won't be able to notice. No, I notice. They're the same fucking character. I refuse to believe it. But yeah, they're both like cowards in a weird way. Where it's like, I don't know, it's like Gustav was so much more interesting than this guy. Like, this guy, he's just like bitter, but he's also like a baby, even though he's been alive for like almost 100 years. So I don't know, it's baffling to me, this characterization, because it's like, Gustav, he was a very interesting sort of fellow. Like, I kind of liked how his character arc was like panning out, and like the second he starts becoming like a little bit more lighthearted, and I'm like, oh, I want to see where his character goes, because it's like, I know there's a brief little warning at the beginning of this game, which I finally got the screenshot the last time I played, which here, I want to see if I can find it. Yeah, here. So before you start the game, you can't even like not skip it. It just like for maybe 5 seconds on the screen is like, you know, general warning with flashing lights and all that stuff, you know, fair, fine. But then at the bottom, a little tidbit is this game features depictions of violence, blood, and suicide, and imagery that some players may find disturbing. Player discretion is advised. Like, thanks for that or whatever, but it's like, I don't know, it's very, I find it very odd that, like, you know, there's a lot of choices that I would change or even, like, just slightly tweak, where it's like, I think some of the scenes aren't bad, but some of them are presented in a weird way where they could have been done better. Yeah. Oh, okay. Thanks, I guess. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, there's some weird things I have with the game. Weird little critiques and criticisms, but I can't fully speak on it until I beat the game, until I figure out what exactly is going on. Because it's like, until I find out this guy is Gustav, or he's an alternate version, or he's just a completely different guy that just so happens to look very similar to the guy I was playing as previously, it's like, I don't know, it's incredibly disappointing that it's like, oh hey, you follow this guy, and you get to see him grow and change a little bit, see him go through strife, see him almost blow his own brains out, and then it's like, oh, alright, well, all that character work is done, he's gone, he's dead. Which is like, it's fine, it's dramatic, but I feel like it comes a little too soon, and it's like, I don't know, I was just starting to like the guy, even though the guy is incredibly unlikable, you know? He's a coward, he's unsure of himself, he's angry, he's like simultaneously confident and ready to fight, but then he doesn't want to like listen to like, hey, maybe we don't always have to fight and kill everything. He's like, what are you talking about? We're supposed to kill everything here. Even though he's the most cowardly one of the group. It's a very interesting characterization that then just goes, but bye, see ya, no more. I hope you liked that. I hope you drew whatever conclusions you wanted, because now here he is again, but a different version of him. This one much sadder, which is more boring, if you ask me. It's like, I like the guy who has hope in his heart, but then like cowardice at pivotal points. Like, that's more interesting. I want to know where his character arc was going, and then it's just like, oh, he doesn't really get a character arc. As like, now I have to like, I see what the character arc for the rest of the characters are, but I'm sort of just predicting that they're all gonna die. Like, considering with the poetry thing, where, again, minor thing, but the reason why all the gals here have white outfits is you have to finish poetry, and the trick is you pick just whichever option has a comma in it. That's the right one every time. But, like, all of them involve death. And, like, life and the ending of it and coming to terms with that or whatever. So it's like, okay, so all these characters are gonna die. It's like, is it all just a recursive loop? Is the paintress just Mael and the old man is Gustav, and they're forever stuck in this loop of trying to get out? Like, I don't know. You know, I will say, funnily enough, considering that this guy looks like this, it's like, I'm like thinking about it, I'm like, oh yeah, what other game have I played where there's a main character trying to get out of a loop? Oh yeah, Alan Wake 2. And Alan Wake 2 is so fucking good. Like even when the game is flawed or not always perfect, it's still like really interesting. It's still incredibly like worth your time investing into and examining, because it's talking about so much, and it has like a metafictional element going along with it, and it's like, I don't know if that's the case for this game, if it's gonna be more relevant or less so. I don't know.
Gratis is so gentle. Who's going to protect them while Monoko's gone?
They can take care of themselves.
Really?
They've got their bells. Don't worry.
What do the bells do?
Ringing the bells makes the Nevrons flee. Although, it only works on Nevrons with ears, so not every Nevron.
Well, now I'm worried.
Yeah. Actually, me too.
Of course I want to spend time with Mael. She's the main character. Versa joins Mael, who's throwing rocks by the lake.
Throwing rocks again.
Mm-hmm. You should try.
Eskia would be horrified that we're throwing stones into the lake.
Or he'd be super happy because we're sending them soaring on fun little adventures.
Oh, so they're like little rock expeditioners.
Exactly.
Look, game, I don't know if it's an incredibly big red herring, but like...
Would that make you the paintress then?
Clearly, I'm Lumiere. I'm launching them on their journey and watching them from afar. Stone after stone after stone, knowing they'll never come back.
And knowing you'll never stop.
You get it.
Yeah, I enjoy depressing poetry too.
That doesn't surprise me.
Is that what you're writing in your notebook all the time? Depressing poetry.
It's not all depressing. Why, what do you write about? You don't seem like a sunshine and rainbows type.
Mostly poetic insults to use on Minoko. I'm currently comparing him to the backside of an owl. Actually, writing is cathartic for me. It helps. Getting the thoughts out of my head and onto the paper. Giving shape to my feelings.
Can I see?
Do I get to read yours?
Mine's kind of personal.
Well, so is mine.
Yeah, but I bet you secretly want people to read it.
Okay, fine. I'll let you read mine, if I get to read yours.
Okay, deal.
Be kind, though.
Yeah, I can't promise that.
Or am I gonna hang out with Mael, or Monoko? It's not Monako? How do you say the guy's name? Hold on here.
Minoko seems fun.
Monoko.
Oh, yeah.
Bet you guys get raining.
Naturally.
It's really funny when you do that. Just Also, fun fact, something that I did that I'm very glad I did, but oh wait, here. You gotta go here, settings, sound. So you know how I've been having conversations with people, right? Now, I want you to imagine if every time I was having a conversation, this happened.
Minoko seems fun.
Oh, yeah.
Bet you guys got up to lots of trouble together.
That obvious, huh?
You guys getting us into more trouble now? Raining.
Naturally.
Huh. Okay, that's weird.
Feet? Really?
Don't worry.
And the bell?
A gift from...
Amazing.
Okay.
I wonder if we can achieve something similar. If we combine this with...
Okay, you see...
Oh. I mean, obviously I do. But, yeah, hold on. It's much more subtle than I first realized, but it's like... having the user interface on is really annoying because you hear that little click every time you hit X on the dialogue options, and it's like, why do that, you know? It's like, I also wouldn't mind if it was a pleasant sound, but it's not. It's a very obtrusive, not like good sound to listen to. But yeah, this is also weird because it's like, am I going to have a different scene with Lune, or is it going to be the same scene again? Oh yeah, no, different scene. Lune stands by the fire, deep in thought. Verso tries to get her attention. Do you like cats?
Do you like cats?
What?
Do you like cats?
I think you've spent too much time alone. You've forgotten how to start a human conversation.
I just have this feeling you're a cat person.
Well, you're wrong. I did have a dog named Pat, though.
Interesting name.
My sister named him when we were kids. Stella. She was a gifted artist. And fiery. She definitely made the most of the time she had.
Were you close?
When we were younger, I guess. But my brother and sister had their own lives. They didn't care about my parents' research.
Doesn't seem fair.
No. I'm glad they got to live. Sol was a great older brother. That's actually how I met Gustav. Sol was dating his sister.
So, you knew Gustav for quite a while then?
That's an awful lot of personal questions.
It is, isn't it? All right, we can talk about me again if you want.
How generous of you.
Ask away. I'm being sincere. Go ahead, ask me anything you want. We've got all night.
Alright, well, that's fine and all. But also, Lune, it's like, you're judging this guy for not knowing how to start a human conversation. That's not how a human conversation goes. It's like, I don't know, man. If I'm ever talking to someone, and I'm like, oh, hey, how are things? How's it going? And I'm like, oh, okay. And they're like, oh, here's my sister. They mention something. I'm like, oh, how are they? And they're like, whoa, that's kind of a personal question. I'd be like, yeah, that's how conversations work. You ask people about each other. Anyway, don't mind me for a second. I mixed my drinks. Pretty sweet. But yeah, there was something else I was going to say. Oh yeah, it's like, I don't think I've ever met a person in real life who's like, hey, you're asking a lot of personal questions. Because if you say that to someone, it's like, that's a, hey, fuck off, I don't like you, stop talking to me. That's essentially what you're saying when you say something like that. Unless it's like playful teasing, it's like that is like a, hey, quit asking about me, quit talking to me, I don't like you. That's the only kind of intent that you can read behind the phrase, you ask a lot of personal questions. It's like, what are you, a fucking spy? What are you, a fucking cop? You can't talk about your life? What's the deal? Oh, hey, where'd you grow up? You ask a lot of personal questions. Okay, fuck you. I'll go talk to someone else then. That's how the conversation would go, right? No human being should ever say to another human being, hey, I think you're asking a lot of personal questions. Oh, sorry, you want to talk about the fucking weather? You want to talk philosophy? Oh, sorry, that's too personal. Fuck you. What do you want to talk about then? Nothing?
Remember, you offered. Do you like monkeys?
Oh, come on.
And that's what we get. Verso and Lune enjoy a moment together. Lune is in such a good mood that she gets to ask Verso other important questions, which Verso takes note of. You know, I kind of get that it's like, hey, I'm tired, boss. I don't want to do any more writing for this cutscene. But it's like, I don't know, it's weird, right? It's like, am I wrong in saying that's a lazy writing? Where it's just like, you could show me rather than telling me. Of like, you know, rather than ending that with, oh, Lune gets so caught up asking silly questions that she forgets to ask anything important, which Verso notices. Like, you could just have that be the end of the cutscene, where she's like, oh, okay, well, what other animals do you like? What's your favorite animal, you know? And just go into that, and then he's like, you can even have him think to himself, where he's like, or even mention out loud, it's like, you know, I thought you would ask me different questions. And she's like, oh, I know you'll be cagey about anything else. Like, you could, I don't know, it's just weird to me. That's just like, hey, listen, I wrote enough dialogue. I'm fucking calling it quits for the day. I wrote enough dialogue. The characters have said enough lines. I'm popping off to take a break, which is fine. I think that's valid, but it's weird, right? Because it's like, you could just end the conversation there. You don't have to have this thing of like, oh, and then the characters talked and they said so many great things. Like, I think that is like cheap and lazy writing. It's like, for example, the latest example I can think of, I was playing Baldur's Gate 3 and I picked up you pick up a book, and like the book, it says in brackets, like, oh, this book is filled with so much wonderful, amazing poetry. That's the greatest thing you've ever read in your entire life. And then here's the final poem in the book, or something like that. And the poem is like mid. Like it's not a terrible poem, but it's not like knock your socks off, great, fantastic poetry. So it's like, it's like, I don't know. I find it weird to describe the poetry as being so good before you get into like the actual poetry. Just be like, it seems this book is filled with plenty of poetry about these subjects, and now here's the final poem. Like that, I have no problem with. But the fact that you're like, oh, and the poetry is so great and so sick, bro. If you could read the poetry in this, you'd be coming your little pants off. Because the poetry is just really that good. It's just so phenomenal. And it's like, I don't know, just write good poetry if you want poetry to be in there. You know, I will say for this game, and like oftentimes when you're playing like games from different countries, I do think that's an interesting thing, is that I wonder if I wonder how much is lost in translation, you know? Where it's like, I wonder if it makes more sense in like the original language the game is written in. Because like, I would say this isn't probably the best example, but take the Final Fantasy VII Remake games, both Remake and Rebirth. Is like, one thing that at least I'm overtly aware of is that like, all the characters, particularly the women, but also the men too, is they'll like pose as they're talking, you know? Where it's like, Aerith will do like a cutesy little thing, or Tifa will be like, yeah, come on guys, and pump up her fist, and like, Bear will kind of like flex his arm, and it's like, it's such a weird thing, but it's probably more natural in Japan, whether from like just strictly a storytelling media perspective, or even like, I don't know, they might be more animated in conversations in Japan rather than like America, where it's like you have a conversation, it's all done via words. Like there's not a lot of like gesturing, you know? Where it's like, even this is more stereotypical, but it's like Italians, they talk big with their hands. Ooh, wee, look at me, I'm moving my hands as I talk to accentuate my points. And it's like, you know, some people might do that, some people might not do that, but it is also like a cultural thing. So it's like, I'm curious how much is lost playing this game in English versus the French version. Because, like, there are some funny moments where it's like, some characters will, like, sometimes they'll say a word and it's like, oh, that's the French pronunciation of that word. And then sometimes they'll say it and it's like, oh, that's like an American or an English version of pronouncing that word. And it's, I don't know, it's kind of interesting to sort of spot that. Whereas, like, sometimes they're like, because like they also swear in French too. Like they say putain quite a bit, which is like, that's an interesting word because it's essentially the French F word. It means kind of fuck generally, but like rather than in English where the F word is derived from sex. Like I would say probably the oldest definition of the F word is what you do with a prostitute, you know? You make love to your wife, you fuck a prostitute, or something like that. Where putain actually means whore, you know? So it's like, it's even more general than like fuck, because you can call someone a fuck, but it's like, putain means whore, but it also is used like the F word, where you can like just say it for any reason at all. I don't know, it's kind of interesting. Because I remember one time, like a couple times, there was a game I played. I have plenty of it on my channel if you want to find it. Don't find it. It's all cringe and terrible, probably. Or really funny, depending. But this game like Rogue Company, I remember I played with this French person, and she would like always say putain like all the time. And I'm like, what's that word mean? And I looked it up, and I'm like, oh, it means whore. And it's like, it's very interesting. That's like, the characters will say putain, and like, I think it's being used in the way where it's like, because like, an enemy will show up, and then they'll fuck off. And then, as the enemy is leaving, they're like, oh, putain. And it's like, it's so weird, and it's very specific that it's in French. Because it's like, it would be weird if, in English, as the enemy is leaving, there's like, fucking whore. Like, it'd be really weird to hear them say that, but it's like obviously has a different connotation in French, where it's like that's the origin of the word, but that's not how it's typically used, you know? In much the same way the F word, you can use it all the time without necessarily relating to or specifically talking about sex, you know? I think it's interesting, kind of the relationship in language and how it's used and how it's perceived, you know? Whereas, like, again, I think it's like, I've yet to see anyone say the word whore or slut, but it's like, they'll say putain, you know? Where it's like, yeah, I don't know, it's like, they'll frequently use the F word. I don't know if they said shit, but they'll say merde, which is like the French equivalent of shit. But it's like, I haven't seen any of the characters like say use the B word or something like that, you know, which I find fascinating. Anyway, let's go ahead and talk to the rest of the crew.
What present? Oh, I got your note about, but I didn't see a present. What was it? Silly patat. Thanks.
Sure, why not?
How's my favorite patat? Oh, I'm still your favorite, am I? Because you've taken a real shine to my L. Fair enough. So tell me, patat to not a patat. Why are you tagging along? Really? I don't believe you. Don't tell Minoko I said this, but you were and still are the greatest searcher of all time. And you know there are more lost Gestrels out there. Why be a merchant? Why go to old Lumiere? Meh? No? It's not always bad. All right, all right. Minoko's all grown up now, and it's your turn to be the patat. So eloquent.
See, isn't that way more natural? Like, you don't always have to include the, hey, the characters talked about this, and this is how they felt. Like, you can just end the conversation whenever you want to end it, you know? It's like, I don't know, you keep getting, like, the persona thing at the end, where it's like, you spent some time together, and it's like, it's fine if you want to be like, I don't want to write anymore, but just end it naturally. Like, you don't have to have a, oh, after this you had a great conversation where so much was revealed. But yeah, that's kind of cool. I don't know. Do let me know if I have any misconceptions about the word like Bhutan, or even like any cultural stuff that I'm missing out on. Because like I don't know, that is something interesting that I think about oftentimes, is that I don't know, you'll see this frequently with like plenty of different games, but I've been seeing it like a lot more lately, where it's like I'll see like a clip from like The Witcher 3 or something like that, and then there'll be a comment that's like, oh my god, this is what this character sounds like in English. Well, you should know that the Polish version sounds so much better. And I'm like, maybe it does, but it is going to be significantly different me listening to like the Polish dub, or like the original dub, I guess, of The Witcher 3 versus like the English dub, you know? It's like, I think there are benefits to both. Like, it is interesting hearing something in its own natural language, but then you're still stuck with the translation, you know? So it's like, as much, say, anime I watch in the like subtitled with English, it's like I still get my understanding primarily from the text, not from what is being said. It's like I can intuit tone, I can intuit like intonation, but I can't really apply that knowledge, you know? Whereas like sometimes I'm like, yeah, I really like this character's voice in this language, but it's like I will forever be stuck not knowing. It's like, oh, is this a good performance? Is this a good delivery? I don't know, because I don't understand the language. And it's something I think about often, because it's like I almost do want to do like a playthrough of this game, or you know, really any game that is originally made and created in a different language, in that original language, you know? It's like I'm curious to see what like this game with the French audio is like. And it's like, I don't know, will it be different? Will I notice that much of a difference? Because ultimately, it's like the text itself is still going to be the same, you know? At least for me reading it in English. Ah, that's interesting. I mean, Merde or Merd, I'm not sure the exact pronunciation of it, but it's like, it's used pretty, I don't know, it's like, I think Bhutan has showed up more times, but it's like Merde is like right behind it in terms of like French swears, which again, it's very odd. It's really interesting. Which like, I was you know, talking about Disco Elysium with this game, where it's like that game feels very like multicultural in a lot of different ways, you know? Where it's like, say, playing the English version of the game, which is the way I'm primarily familiar with it, is that it's like there's a lot of people who have French accents, or you know, use French words throughout the game. And it's like, it's kind of interesting, because it's like, before English gained as much prominence as it did throughout the world, it's like French was like a great, like the second kind of competitor, you know? Like, it was hotly debated of like, oh hey, now that we're going around colonizing all the world, what are we going to teach people, French or English, you know? And it seems that like English is kind of won out, but it's like, I don't know, again, it's really interesting, the differences between different languages and different kind of cultures almost, where it's like there are plenty of like borrowed words in the English language, where you take a word from a different language because it's like there's not a word for that in English, and it shows just like how limiting language is, where it's like you might have a certain feeling, and you know, you might take a sentence to describe what that feeling is, and then say Like, first example that comes to my mind is like German might have a specific word for it, like Schadenfreude, which means like taking kind of pleasure in seeing someone's downfall, you know? Like the pleasure in seeing the joy and feeling of seeing someone like fail in a way that is like satisfying to you, you know? Whereas like in English, you got to use a lot of words to describe the feeling, when in German it's like, oh, we have a word for that, Schadenfreude. And it's like, oh, it's very interesting. Where it's like, I don't know, just like the cultural exchange is really interesting, but then also just like what is valued, like what is talked about, what words do you have to use to construct sentences and ideas, to create thoughts, to create ideas and philosophy and all that sort of stuff. I don't know, really neat. Anyway, let's talk to Monaco.
Still mad at me. What do you think?
Well, Golgra helped Noko start his merchant shop.
Yeah, but defying Golgra wasn't Noko's idea, was it?
Noko would have done the same for me.
Noko would have got Golgra on his side first.
Bah! It's been 10 years. Golgra needs to get over it.
Alright. That's interesting. What is the on to do? End to do? Oh, okay. Undertone. Ah. So, yeah, hold on. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. That like when you're doing voiceover in France, you're kind of encouraged to have less of an accent, you know? Is it kind of similar to the way that, like, say for example, someone in like India working in customer service, they're like, when they speak in English, they're not taught to have like an American accent or an Indian accent. They're taught to sort of have like just no accent, where it's like it's just about saying the words and saying the words in this way that they are understood, and to not have like a specific sort of accent associated with what you're saying. Is that kind of what you mean? Where when you're yeah, where if you're voicing something over, you have to like go out of your way to be like, oh, I can't have this kind of accent, where it's like accents are also really interesting, because it's like, for me, it's like, I don't know what accent I have. Obviously, I have an American accent because I'm American, but it's like, what specific part of America do I get my accent from? Because I was born in Florida, and my parents are from New York, and I don't know, I think I sort of just have like a general accent, but then there are like, you know, more specific accents, where it's like, people from Boston sound a certain way. People from California sound another way. Of course, not everyone in these places all sound exactly the same, but there's a general accent. Or like the Midwest, Milwaukee has a certain accent, you know? Or the South also has an accent where you can have yourself a little southern drawl, but not everyone sounds like this from the South particularly. Sometimes it's like, I don't know, it can vary from place to place, and like, also, your individual voice determines how you sound to other people, you know? Whereas, like, I have my accent, but then I also have how my voice sounds when I talk, you know? Is that, it's like, I can change how my voice is. I can go deeper for no reason at all and make my voice lower for, I don't know, whatever reason I would want to. Or I can make it go higher, because I feel like getting high. I love getting high in terms of making my voice this level. I don't know. I think it is a really interesting topic. And it's one that, I don't know, I wish I had more of a mental capacity for, and also I don't know, it's obviously, it's like I can understand it, but it's really hard to, I would say, to like get a full read on how like other people talk, how accents work, because it's like, I don't know, I can really only understand it from the frame of the language I speak. You know, I speak English, so I can easily tell the difference between like somebody who's from Britain or Australia. Like, they sound different, but then I couldn't tell you, oh, where specifically this person in the UK is from, or where this person is from in Australia. But I can do so for America, where it's like, oh, this person is obviously from the South, or this person is from the Midwest, or this person is from, you know, the Northeast, or the West. And it's like, I don't know, I find that sort of thing to be really interesting, just how in-depth and how different people talk, even when they speak the same language. And it's like, it's like incomprehensible to like do that for a language you don't even speak. That, you know, someone speaking like Chinese or Hindu or Gaelic or Spanish. It's like, I'm not going to be able to tell a difference between the accents. It's like, I might be able to hear it, but I couldn't really articulate how and why it's different, you know? Anyway, let's spend some time with this fellow.
I see you got stronger.
Well, I didn't spend the last few years hiding in the mountains.
The mountain where a Pelerin cut you in half and you cried for my help.
Yeah, the mountain where a Stalak stomped you and I had to evacuate you.
You want to fight?
Well, unlike Jestrels, I need sleep, so I'll pass.
Coward.
Now this is interesting, because it's like, he's being categorized as a coward. Even jokingly so, but it's like, that's similar to him. Again, it's like, is this guy Gustav, or is he just like related to Gustav? Is he like a parallel, like a mirror version of Gustav? I don't know. Ooh. Part of me thinks I would, Verso here would display some bravado.
Have you seen how weak you are now? I'd beat you blindfolded.
In the mountains, I have learned inner peace. These petty provocations do not work on me anymore.
I've missed our little excursions. Yeah, you do too, I know.
Remember our first battle against the duelist?
Sure do. We got our asses kicked pretty hard.
And this one time we tried to swim to the Red Tree Island and you got eaten by that snake.
Oh yeah, it turns out living inside a snake's belly is possible when you're immortal. Carving my way out was a nightmare though. Remember that time you got stuck under a building for a year?
And you thought I went back to the village, so you abandoned me. Good times. Oh, and remember when...
Minogo and Verso fall back into the familiar pattern of their camaraderie.
Good times indeed.
Spend a bit more time bragging before going back to the others. Oh yeah, that is probably interesting. Where it's like, yeah, when you do have that translation, you're not going to have that Pacific accent, you know? In the same way, like, a French person can't really have, like, a Western accent for, a cowboy in the 1800s with Red Dead Redemption 2, you probably can't get the same effect with, like, say, a samurai in, like, in Ghost of Tsushima when translating that to English, you know? Like, there's the English cultural collective idea of, like, how the samurai sound and how they talk, but it's probably not accurate to how the Japanese depict it. Which, yeah, that's really interesting. That is something I wouldn't have necessarily thought about. Because, yeah, it's like, how would you translate that? If somebody speaks with an older dialect with, like, this sort of past way of talking that has since kind of fallen out of use, or is at least not as common. It's like, how do you translate that into another language where you have to not only speak your own language where you can be understood, but then put like a spin on it to make it old? That is really interesting. Alright. Who else is there to talk to?
Gratis is so gentle. Who's going to protect them while Monoko's gone?
They can take care of themselves.
Really?
They've got their bells. Don't worry.
What do the bells do?
Ringing the bells makes the Nevrons flee. Although, it only works on Nevrons with ears, so not every Nevron.
Well, now I'm worried.
Yeah. Actually, me too.
SK. So, anyway, do you mind if I ask you a question? How does SK sound in French? Because, like, in English, he has such, like, an iconic, interesting way of talking that I really enjoy. And I wonder if that's, like, similar or completely different in French.
Okay. Momo is Momo, and Nono is Nono. Then we've got Lulu, Mai, and Sissy.
I don't think they'll like that.
You sure you don't want to be Ver?
Positive.
But yeah, it's like, SK is very interesting sounding, particularly in English, where it's like, I think it's intentional. Like, he doesn't sound like any human, but he's also like the most French of anyone that you've encountered, where it's like, yeah, it's like, Mael will say a lot of like French words in a French way. En garde, and, you know, various things like that. But it's like, SK, I don't know, he has such a unique and interesting voice that is like, it's really soothing. It's a very pleasant voice to listen to. And I wonder if it's the case also in French. You know? Where it's like, does he have a unique voice? And does it sound like particularly soothing, or is it completely different? Oh. I'm very surprised about that. I mean, I honestly, it's like, I've heard nothing but good things about this game. Hence why it's like, I've tried to know nothing going into it. I've gone out of my way where it's like, anytime I see someone playing the game or talking about the game, I'm like, nope, I can't watch this. I don't want to know anything going into this game. I've heard that's really good. It's certainly a Game of the Year contender. So, I don't know, I'm very excited to play it and like discover what it's all about, and I'm really enjoying it. But yeah, honestly, so far it's really great. Like, it's a really good game gameplay wise when it's doing what it's intended to do, you know? Whereas, like, for example, I got a little frustrated with the volleyball game. Alright? I'm not going to repeat what I said, but I may have proclaimed that the developers were sadistic psychopaths that enjoyed seeing human beings suffer, and that's why they've made this part of the game. And maybe that's true, or maybe I was just a little upset about losing so many times. But yeah, it's, I don't know, this game seems really great.
That armband looks nice.
Yeah, I guess it's official. We're part of the disaster expedition now. What's up with you? So, you want an armband too?
Maybe.
You barely have arms.
Not true. Anyway, I want a headband.
Your head is humongous. You're gonna need so much cloth.
I have a big brain.
All right, Monsieur Big Brain. I'll see what I can do. Happy now?
Ooh, this is the nicest thing ever.
Aww. Verso's given SK the greatest gift ever. SK is overcome with emotion. That's pretty fun. Oh yeah. I don't know, I think this game does fall into the RPG trap of like, oh hey, we're making a big, you know, sort of semi-open world RPG. We gotta put a bunch of mini games in here. And it's like, I don't know, I it's like, on one hand I get it, but on the other hand it's like, I also do not understand this, like, inclination to being like, hey, let's put in a really challenging mini game that is completely different from how the actual game works, and just kind of stands as a little bit of a time waster almost. Here, if you want, you'll have to give me a minute before, because I want to do all the things I can in this part, but I think I could probably find my way back over to the volleyball mini game. She writes about their encounter with Monoko and how exciting it is to travel with a Gestrel. She hopes Gustav's apprentices will read this journal someday. For those who come after, Mael heads back. Mael stares at the stars. Seal appears next to Mael. They spend a moment in silence, both staring at the sky.
Can you teach me to fight better?
Better?
That white-haired bastard hit us before we even knew he was there. I want to return the favor. And you're the best fighter I know.
High praise.
You know they'll be back. I want to get them before they can get us.
Emotions are powerful. You have to make sure they work with you, not against you.
I know.
Okay. First lesson. Sounds obvious, but you need to see. Really see. Your eyes will tell you the truth, but your brain can lie.
What do you mean?
Emotion can mess with your perceptions. Make you miss important details on the field. Fixate on the wrong thing, or see what you want to see.
Okay.
You need to see things as they are, not how you think they are. See your target, so you can understand your target. How they move, how they think, how they react. So you can anticipate and adjust. On the field, it's just you, your weapon, and your enemy. And you need to understand all three. Everyone has blind spots, so every day you ask yourself, what's...
Oh,
So it
fuck.
should
I
be more of a
skipped over that. I did not mean to.
technique lesson.
Oh, well, thanks. I appreciate that. I don't know, I will say, do you mind if I say a the complaint I've already had about this game, but I wish there was an auto text feature, you know? Where it's like, I find it weird, because it's like, when a cutscene happens, the characters just talk, you know? And it's very weird to be like, oh hey, now that we're not in a cutscene technically, you have to hit the X button whenever the character is done talking. And it's like, most games, take for example, an RPG series I'm very familiar with, Persona, there's an auto text feature. So that way, when a character is finished talking, they've said all their lines, it just goes to the next line. You don't have to hit anything. Because again, it leads to me going, oh, okay, this character is taking a brief pause. They've said all they've had to say. Because I'm not always reading the subtitles. Sometimes I am, but oftentimes I like to not read the subtitles, you know? Because, like, say for example, there's also an interesting thing when watching something in a different language, is that if you are watching something in a language you don't understand, you have to read the subtitles. But you also have to read them very fast. Where if you want to keep up with the movie, the film, the TV show, the video game, whatever you may be watching and or playing or engaging with, you have to be able to do both. You have to be able to read the dialogue, but then also be able to look back up at the character and see how they're saying what they're saying. You know what I mean? Where it's like, I don't mind having subtitles be on, but a lot of the time I'm avoiding looking at them, because it's like, I would rather see the performance than see just the actual dialogue itself. Like, there's a difference between reading a script for a movie and then watching the movie, like, live, with no subtitles or anything like that. Whereas, like, you get to appreciate the performance more, and if you're too busy reading just the text, you're not getting a look at the performance. And here's another cutscene. Or, not cutscene, but... Oh, this is a cutscene.
Utterly destroyed it. I did it in 2 attacks, plenty of damage. There was nothing left. Then there was a giant Pellerin that attacked. It was tough, but I defeated it, no problem.
Pellerins are weak. I could have done that blindfolded.
This expedition is gloomy.
Yeah. They lost a lot of friends, and they just buried another. Grieving takes time.
How about a little verso magic to lighten the mood?
You mean the one that hurts like hell?
Yes, I mean the one that hurts like hell.
All right, I'll do it. Hi.
Not now, please. I'm working.
Hi.
Oh, Verso, there you are. How did...
Oh, what? Oh my...
What is that?
Hi. I'm a pair of legs that can talk.
Verso?
We're both Verso.
You are so ridiculous.
Wait, how can your legs talk?
Ah, yes, I'm quite proud of that. Took a lot of training.
Does it? Does it hurt?
No, it doesn't.
Did you cut yourself in half? Did Monoko cut you in half?
Do you heal from the top or the bottom? Or do you have to bring the halves together? Hey, can you control the process?
So, if you're cut in half, does that mean you can be in 2 places at once? Can you go scouting with Monoko with your lower body, while your upper body stays here and talks to us?
Well, yeah, you see, I can go hunt Nevrons with my top half, while my bottom remains here cooking meals. Back in the days, that's what we used to do.
Can I... Are you...
Yeah, my hair is...
All that pain just to put a smile on their faces. Verso, aren't you getting too attached?
Well, that was an interesting scene.
Okay. Moment. You sure?
Positive.
Alright, time to sleep.
Time for swim.
Okay, so this is where the sense make. Now I really do want to get back to the volleyball section.
Let us get wet. Mr. Swimmer.
Is this the right way? Boat graveyard. No, this is a different area. And seems like there's nothing here. Pretty cool, but not what I'm looking for.
Swimsuit on.
Yeah. Don't quite know about this area.
Let us get wet.
How do I get back to where I was? Oh, you gotta go that way. Okay.
Mr. Swimmer.
Stone Quarry. Okay, yes.
That's unusual.
Is
what
it?
happened here?
Vanson, 48th. He wouldn't listen. Just kept running everyone into the ground. He acted as if he was the only true believer. That we had to trust him. 5 dead, and he wanted to double down. Thomas, not so subtly insinuated that Jean should be relieved of duty. Mutiny. Something I'd never have countenanced. Yet I have a duty to them too. It's a gutting realization. What has to be done? The mission is too important. The team is too important. We can't just throw our lives away for nothing. I hate that it came to this. But he broke our trust. Under Expedition Code 23, Jean Fournier is hereby relieved of duty. I, Vanson Constantine, have assumed command and have designated Thomas Flegov as lieutenant.
Alright, hello. I did leave very briefly. But, I will say, while I was gone, it did lead me to kind of think about something. Which is, I don't know, I always think it is an interesting thing. Playing games from, like, different countries. But then also it's even more interesting when you play a game that's like made by a studio in a different country that takes place in America. Because I was thinking about this when I was when I replayed Life is Strange and then played Lost Records Bloom and Rage, which is made by the same studio, Don't Nod. Where it's like Life is Strange is obviously very heavily inspired by Twin Peaks, the TV show. And I don't know, it's a very interesting sort of thing where it's like, I don't know, I think it offers a very unique perspective where it's like a different country will kind of take a game and be like, oh hey, we're gonna write it as we do, but then we're gonna like go out of the way to show this the difference or something. I don't know. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. I'm a little bit intoxicated, if you don't mind. Oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't want to kill my friends. I just wanted to play with them. Even when I managed to play a note right, I messed up right after. Can you believe it? I'm expected to use my instrument to kill, and I'm angry. I cannot play. I will never play again. I beg you, please, mistress, I seek your help. A Nevron who does not wish to kill. Teach me how to not kill. Teach me how to play. I'm afraid none of us are familiar with your instrument. No. Mistress, this cannot continue. Well, perhaps we could help you practice. Truly? Yes, help me learn how to not kill. Don't get hit when I play some wrong notes, but please do get hit when I play the right notes. Surely that should be easy for you. Sure. I don't know if it is, but let's try.
I'll do it. I'm ready. I'll do it.
Alright, game.
I'll do it.
So...
I'm ready.
Oh.
I'm ready. I'll do it. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Failed, so it doesn't really matter.
I'm ready.
I see, this is an interesting little minigame because it's taking the actual combat mechanics and doing it in a new way.
I'm ready. Ready to evade. Ready to evade. I'm ready. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Hey, look at that. It worked. That's actually really nice. Oh yeah, I forgot I have to redo your whole thing. Whoa. You have a lot of skills. Oh, I assume they're probably all related to you defeating certain types of Nevrons. Okay. That's interesting. Hmm. Ah. So, yeah, I don't know. To explain the dodge and parry mechanic, uh, basically the way the game works normally is that when the enemy attacks, you have to either dodge or parry. Dodging is easier because you have a higher time frame to dodge. So it's like sometimes you'll dodge and then sometimes you'll perfect dodge, where you do it at exactly the right time and the game's like, hey, good job. Now, verse like, Alright, hold on, I gotta think about this. But yeah, but for that fight I just did, when it was green, I was supposed to not dodge, and when it was red, I was supposed to dodge. So, like, the trick of that little encounter was like, look for the green. If it's green, you don't need to dodge, but if it's red, you have to dodge, and you have to do it exactly right. So I think if you dodge a green one, you mess the thing up, or you have to start from the beginning. And same thing with the red, where if you don't dodge the red, then you gotta start from the beginning. So it's like, that was like kind of an interesting little mini game, because it's like taking something you're used to, which is like, oh hey, you gotta dodge, and kind of turning it on its head, where it's like, oh, sometimes you don't have to dodge. Alright, I think swap out Wildfire for Hell. Hell is an interesting one. Yeah, Electrify. That will be good to have. I do want Healing Light, but what to swap it out for? Yeah, I think you do that, actually. Alright. And you know what? Just because I'm feeling like it, let's give everyone a new outfit. Hey, you know what? Let's do this. everyone gets the Gumage outfit. Bet. Let me see if I can navigate my way back to the volleyball area, just to do for fun. Okay, this is the right way to go. I do wish there was more of a ease of fast travel. Maybe there is, I just don't know about it, but... I will say it's really interesting that they've included like Lune who floats around when she sprints. Because like, yeah, with any other character you hear like the footsteps, them breathing heavily. And it's like, I don't know, it's kind of fun. But then, if you just swap to Lune, nothing. It's pretty fun. And... where is this, actually? I don't know if this is the way I came, or this is like a different area. Oh no, this is where I came from. Okay. Huh. Well, yeah, it seems like I can't go back. Yeah, no way to go back. Alright, well, let's get out of this blood-stained area. Guess volleyball will have to wait till another day. I know, it's not technically volleyball. Essentially the way it works. So, you see how I have this attack? And that's how you start a battle, typically. But you essentially have to do that, and you have to do it when hitting a gestural, which basically serves as a ball. And it's an interesting little mini game where there's like 3 ways it can come from. It can either come from the front, come from the right, or come from the left. And you have to just try to hit it back at the right time. Alright. Here we are. So, now, I gotta try to remember. Yeah, I'm trying to go that way. That's my main goal. Oh yeah, also I have a question. Are the lyrics in the music French? Because I assume that maybe some of them are, but then some of them are more along the lines of like opera singing, where it's like doesn't necessarily have a language, instead just sounds vocally well, if that makes sense.
I'll do it. Ready to evade.
Sweet taste of backdoor.
Yeah, be good with that.
I'd love a dance. A bit of violence, yes.
Timing on that is very hard to get right. That one's not as hard, but I still messed it up.
Last ditch
All
effort.
right. Well.
Just try it.
It's very interesting because with that combo, essentially what you have to do is you have to hit the parry button immediately, and then wait, then hit the parry button. Ah, come on. Put me all the way back here. How do I fight you? Are you a part of this crew? You aren't. Okay.
Bleed.
I'll do it.
Please survive.
A bit of violence, yes.
Oh. The timing is so weird sometimes. It's like sometimes you barely have any time to react, and then other times it's like, oh, you have all the time in the world, but if you react too early or too late, then you're doomed.
It likes you.
Finesse and grace.
Let us stay.
On me. Let's dance. I'm okay. Flames, engulf my blade.
Alright. Man, this game is tough. But it is really enjoyable. I don't know. It's very satisfying being able to pull off the parries, but the problem with parries is that if you dodge, you have the benefit of being able to have a little bit more leeway with dodging, but then with parrying, it's like you either have to get it perfect or you don't get anything at all. Because you can get all the attacks that you get parried, then you get to do a counter attack. But even if you miss one, or you choose to dodge during one rather than parry, then you don't get to counter attack. This is a very high risk, high reward sort of thing. Now, let's see. Yeah, I want to head this way. Now, let's see here. I think, yeah.
I am speed.
Do that for now.
Interesting.
Esoteric ruins. Sounds interesting. Ah, it's a proper area. Ooh, new sound. Or new song. New soundtrack. Whatever. My being, a core, with the form of a damned soul. In this state, I am nothing but condemned. Condemned? Yes, condemned to wander aimlessly as I have been separated from my companions. But I fear they were the ones who cut me off. I am vulnerable in this state. Will you be the one to deal the final blow? Are you a spirit? A spirit? This concept is unfamiliar to me. Could you enlighten me? A spirit could be defined as... Let's see. A made-up ghastly creature to scare kids, something you find very scary, or the wandering soul of a dead person. Someone that is dead. Did I die? Since my duty is unknown to me. Pardon me, I may not know the answer to your question, as I do not know the nature of my state. Weren't you killed by Nevrons? Nevrons? Another concept that eludes me.
It's weird that they don't know about Nevrons.
It's possible they died before or during the fracture. Or perhaps they called Nevrons something else.
Yeah, or I don't know what this thing is. I must ask, who are you? Are you perhaps explorers of some sort? Is this why you sought out this place? It's a complicated story. Please, listen. I yearn for something. Yearn for what? I do not yet know. Beyond the cliff, something is resonating. In the hopes of remembering the path I must walk, I feel the answer is near. Okay. Alright, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. For so, you can level up. Well, let's give you a bit more health, buddy. Then, I hope you don't mind, but I do have to leave briefly to go use the restroom once again. It's probably due to me drinking. But hey, everything in moderation, eh? Or excess, or, I don't know. A sustainable level. Maybe. I don't know. I'll be right back. Blah. I return. I don't know why. I always feel compelled to make a noise whenever I return. That's not necessarily words. Blah. Blah. Meh. Wah. None of these are words, but yet I feel compelled to say them. Oh yeah, I gotta climb up this way yonder. What is happening? Okay.
We'll have to go through the maze.
Oh. Okay. I think that's something unrelated to what I'm trying to do.
Nice.
Is he dead? Where is he? There you are. This is really funny. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Now I gotta shoot one more. Honestly, not the most fun idea for a game mechanic, but yeah, I get it. It's an RPG, man. It takes about like 30 hours strictly if you're just mainlining the story, so we gotta add a bunch of bullshit to make it 60 hours for no reason at all. Which again is fine, but it's like, I didn't really get it, man. Oh, there it is. It's like, I would rather play like a 10-hour game that's great for all of 10 hours than play like a 40-hour game that has 10 great hours and then 30 mediocre hours.
Oh, lovely.
Lovely jubbly. Alright, well, let's do this maze. Okay. Well, gonna be honest with you, I don't understand. Okay. So that lets me go this way. You close off that way, which closes off this way and closes off this way. Okay, so doing that, you can go here. And go
This
this
place
way.
is giving me a headache.
Me too. Where's the fighting?
Listen, as someone that does suffer from chronic headaches and migraines, we've been in here for like 5 seconds. Now's not the time to be like, oh wow, this is really giving me a headache. Like, we don't even know how this works or how it operates yet. Alright. Yeah.
Oh. Great. The door closed again.
Spooky.
Sure, I guess.
Nice.
It is but a humble maze. Well, I didn't like that game. I was free. I was away from this maze that probably makes sense, but I don't feel the need or the want to understand it. There we go. Alright, I thought that was going to be more of a hassle.
Well, that will help.
Will it help?
Perfect.
See, now that helps. That's fine, but I just don't know about it. So I'm not gonna lie, is this all that's here? Is it just like a simple little maze that doesn't even allow you to understand the mechanics to figure it out? You just kind of gotta trial and error it, and then you go there and you collect a thing, and then there's nothing else? I think so. I think this is it. Unless I'm missing something obvious and there's another way for me to go forward that way yonder, but I don't think so. Up we go. Up, up, and away. Yeah, did I find the thing that you need? Here, I picked up some things. It rings. Something beckons to me. So you have it. It was this material. Will this work? Come closer, please. Are you talking about these wood boards? Do you not see? I am exposed. I have not the means to protect this frail core, so please, give these to me. Sure. This is good. My duty renewed. I'm coming back to life. Protecting heal. Healing an ally also applies shell for 1 turn. Nobody can touch me now. Well, that's great. I thank you. My form is now complete, and my duty restored along with it. So you are a Nevron. As I said, I am not familiar with this term. For what reason do you call me a Nevron? You kill humans trapping their chroma. I see. I am now defined by my duty. Fortunately, I do not think I am what you call a spirit anymore. Being defined as a Nevron feels right. Yeah. See you later, buddy. So, I ended up going that way. Ah, okay. So if I go this way and hang to the left, I'll be able to get to Old Lumiere? That or right? Yeah, okay. Hang to the left. Alright, finally made it. To the place I was supposed to be going to the whole time.
Welcome, my friends, to Old Lumiere.
Is anyone still here?
Just Nevrons.
So this is where our piece of Lumiere used to be. Before the fracture ripped apart the world and threw us into the sea.
We're lucky it did. That's probably the only reason we survived.
The heart of the Paintress is in the center. Let's go.
This place is an absolute wreck, but it's also pretty wicked. A lot of decent stuff here. Longer powerful. On applying powerful, its duration is increased by 2. That seems pretty good. Healing counter. Recover 25% health on a counterattack. Now that's pretty good. I'll take that, and now let's fight. You can go up against... ever so.
Just try it.
Break.
Not impressed.
Alright, alright.
My turn.
That fight was brilliant. I like you. I like you too, buddy. It's a cool weapon. Can't afford it, though. So, yeah, let's see here. Considering that now I have you... Yeah. Hold on a sec. Okay, you are in the party, so I'm gonna want to give you this. Alright. Pretty fun.
We'll need a way forward.
The heart is in the center of the city. All right? Show off a bit, Minoko.
Just admit you can't do it yourself.
Minoko! Why the hell did you...
Sorry, I fucked up. I just wanted to show off.
We just have to regroup. The others should be fine. Verso said the heart is in the center of Old Lumiere, right?
Right. Okay, Minoko. Stop crying. We have to move.
Yes, sorry.
Aww. I feel so bad for him. Hey, thanks for watching. Hope you have a beautiful day or a wonderful night or whatever time it is for you. For me, it's morning, 6:36 a.m. Yeah, honestly, this game's
Friends,
really great.
I beg your forgiveness for landing us in this quagmire.
It's okay, Minoko. Let's move on, shall we?
So yeah, yeah, the rest of the team is completely separated now.
Chroma is flowing. Feel the burn. Brace yourselves.
Time to bleed.
Not today.
Chroma is flowing. Lightning, strike!
Wow.
Fun. Yeah, speaking of, okay. Alright. I'll go for this one. Might be better, might be worse. Honestly, I don't know until I try it.
Here's your card.
Feel the burn. Ready to evade. Watch out, Minoko.
Today. No more tricks. Feel better. How exactly did our piece of Lumiere end up on an island when the rest of the city is here?
One of the great mysteries. I wish we had more time. There's so much to study here.
The sweet taste of battle. That's more like it.
I'll do it. A storm is coming. I'll do it.
Not today.
Time to bleed.
Let's gamble. Okay.
Your turn to dance.
Well, well. So, Minoko, what was life like before the fracture?
The world was smaller and cozier, livelier. There were many more of us Gestrels back then. The fracture tore our villages apart. Only a fraction of a fraction survived. Our forests are filled with Gestrels awaiting rebirth.
have nothing but time, I suppose, to sit and think. These days, I am just a man who sits and thinks. When she was young, she gets sad at thinking about mortality. But when I asked her about sadness, her answer surprised me. Are you talking about the paintress? She paints. She wasn't scared of death itself. She was sad because there are more works of art than she'd ever be able to see in her lifetime. So many fables from around the world that she'd never be able to collect, to bring to life in her workshop. All the beauty in the world she'd never get to experience. That saddened her. I encouraged them to believe that their dreams are within their grasp, but she proved me a liar. She did love to challenge me. Of all of them, she and I are the most alike. All of them? It's important to remember the ones we love, to keep them alive in our minds when they are far, far away. Are you originally from old Lumiere? I paint them so that I can remember them, remember their faces. The man has gone silent. Huh. So does he actually paint too, or is he just like a representation, an embodiment of the paintress?
Doesn't that look like one of Esquier's stones?
Oh, yeah.
Let's bring him a gift. I was surprised you agreed so readily to Verso's plans.
He seems to be our best bet for now. We lack too much information.
Do you trust him?
I trust that he wants to reach the paintress, so for now, our interests are aligned.
He has been helpful. Still, I have this feeling he's hiding something.
Minoko, how did you meet Verso?
I don't really remember. I feel like I've always known Verso.
He mentioned traveling with other expeditions.
Quite a few.
How many? What happened to them?
What happened to them?
Maybe ask Verso when we find him.
Yeah, okay. Finding them comes first. Any idea what this is?
I'm afraid not. This is my first time here as well.
They were the ones that Verso was traveling with.
I believe so. They made it surprisingly far. An axon. Interesting. Verso is... Is this true?
Mael's with him.
We need to go. Now!
Verso would never harm her.
stand. Minoko gets a bit carried away sometimes.
My back hurts, but I'm fine.
Good. The others are probably heading towards the center of the city. We'll rejoin them there.
Feels like home.
Yeah. Feels like home. You okay?
Minoko fits well in the disaster expedition, eh?
Yeah. It does. After you.
Speaking of
Alright,
home,
game.
where do you live in Lumiere?
Above a bakery near the center. Angelique's Boulangerie. I ate there every morning. I wonder if it's still there.
It's called Mathilde's now. When this is over, you should go and visit. Finesse and precision.
Ready to strike. Maximum damage. I never said there was treasure.
Great. I'm ready. Finesse and precision.
Let's carve a path. My turn. Break.
Parry it! Ready to parry.
Let's have some fun. Target marked.
We're a pretty good team. Verso? Verso? Putain. Where did he go? So, where did you go? I need to find Lune and Ciel, quickly.
Alright, game. I get it. I'm not perfect. It's alright. Do it again. Take it from the top.
This and precision.
You had to hit me with that, man. My problem isn't that they have different combo moves. My problem is that all the combo moves look the same. I get it. You're rude. I understand this. I know it in my heart to be true. But could you let me win, jerk? Here, let's heal up. Now I'm going to kill you.
Finesse and precision.
Well, that time I got lucky. The game's like, alright, pal, I can see you're not going to learn your lesson. We'll just let you win this time. You'll get lucky. You'll hit all sixes rather than snake eyes.
On me.
Ah, come on.
Ready to parry.
What? Why do you guys get to attack again? That shit's a little absurd.
Finesse and precision.
Alright, I hit that second parry, man. Now that I did not hit. Alright, I'll go to sleep. when I feel like it.
Finesse and precision. Let's dance. Let's dance. Finesse and grace.
Alright.
Great.
Ooh. That's not too bad.
Nice. Finesse and precision. On me.
Ah, come on, man. Oh.
Finesse and precision. Okay. Think I'm close. This manor's intact. Why does it feel so familiar? I know this place.
What a crazy place for a bathtub.
Nice.
Ah, Renoir.
But how? With someone who refuses to talk. We don't even share the bonds of grief anymore. She walks her path, and I walk mine. I don't exist to her. None of us do. She's left us all behind to drown by ourselves so that she can drown alone.
I'm not gonna lie, Renoir, it kind of makes sense why you're the villain. Hey, this child is grieving in her own way and doing self-destructive stuff, and you're upset because she can't grieve with you? Because she can't give sympathy to you? Fuck you, pussy. Be a father. You know? Like, the whole point with a parent-child relationship thing is that you do a whole lot for your child, and then your child is ungrateful and kind of resents you. You know? And then that's the burden you take on as a parent. To be upset at your child for, you know, feeling emotions and being who they are. It's honestly pussy shit. Like, you shouldn't have been a parent, and you're a fucking failure. No wonder you're this bitter villain who keeps killing everyone that shows up because you can't do anything else. You're fundamentally broken, and that makes you, you know, incapable of doing anything good, doing anything right. I don't know, again, it'll be very interesting to see what part of my speculation about the characters is right and is wrong. Because again, I'm still presuming that Renoir is like another version of Gustav, and the Paintress is a version of Mael, you know? Hence why she recognizes the manor, and she's like, I know this place, I've been here before. And it's like, you know, I think she has and she hasn't, right?
Perfect.
But yeah, I am really curious to see how it all works out. Is it just a recursive loop? Just endless sadness and death and destruction time and time again?
I knew you'd open the door for her.
Really, Verso? This was your plan? How many times must you hurt our family?
No, you don't get to lecture me on family.
Why do you refuse to see I am doing this for us? Yet you insist on rushing toward death. You're trying to stop the wrong cycle.
You're doing this for yourself.
Of course. It's easier for you to think that, isn't it? Easier to betray us if I'm the villain.
So move. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
You haven't told her the truth, have you, son?
Sorry we're late. We were busy doing a bit of reading. Were you planning on sharing that this man, the man who murdered our team, is your father?
Family is not my favorite topic. Right, can we talk about this later? I'd really like for you all to survive this.
You forced us to this.
Let's carve a path.
Also, I always find it weird whenever something like this happens, where it's like, oh, this guy's your father? It's like, yeah, do you not know, like, the phrase, the son should not have to pay for the sins of the father? It's like, I don't know, it's really weird, where it's like, hey, how come your father's a villainous piece of shit? And it's like, oh, sorry that you had a loving father that wasn't an evil villain in a video game. Some of us aren't quite so lucky.
Target marked.
Precision.
She won't help you this time.
Alright, man. Alright.
Feel the burn.
I'm not angry. Just disappointed.
Well, thanks.
Danger!
Tearing this family apart.
I'll do it.
Should be fighting by my side.
I'll do it. No margin for error.
Terribly hard to avoid.
Ready?
Violence.
Till me in.
Here's your card.
Take your shot.
I don't know how you avoid that. I'll be honest with you. Are you able to parry it? And if so, how does what's the mark? Like where am I supposed to parry that? Alright, well, at least I can change everyone's outfit, so that's nice. Alright. Why not? I'm going for this. Oh, man. I will say, I don't know, I'm a sucker for customization. Whether it be very shallow or incredibly in-depth. I don't know, I always like it. Oh, great. The whole crew's back with me.
An advantage.
Well, isn't that fun? Okay. Hmm. Alright. Interesting. Alright.
I'd really like for you all to survive this.
Oh, okay. We don't get to start the cutscene over from the beginning. We start from here. That's fair enough.
You forced us to this end.
should be fighting by my side.
Let's carve a path. Careful now.
Let us stay.
I almost had that perfect.
Not looking good.
Careful now.
A storm is coming. I'll do it.
You're outmatched.
Yeah, that's great.
Let's carve a path.
Oh,
Let us stay.
okay, that's interesting.
Ready to evade.
Well, alright then. Was not expecting that.
Really forced us to this
God, it's really hard to deal with. Okay.
On guard. Finesse and precision.
She won't help you this time.
A storm is coming. Earth rise.
I'm not angry. Just
They need it. Time to end this.
On guard.
this family apart.
Eyes shut. Ready to carry.
Should be fighting by my side.
Take down their shields.
Chroma is flowing. Feel the burn.
Run on.
My turn. Watch out, my owl.
Thunder. On me.
Watch out, my owl. Let's try it. Disaster expedition, eh? Careful now.
Fuck you. I so close to having that.
I think I'll improvise. I think I'll improvise. Here we go. Bring it on.
Ah. That last little bit messes me up, man. Kill me, assholes. I don't care. Well, at least I can send in my backup team this time.
Like see.
It's fucked up.
Well, yes, I love a dance.
Damn, that one sucks. Alrighty. Okay. First, so you, buddy. Let's see here. Okay, that seems pretty good. What's leadership? Ah.
I'd really like for you all to survive this.
Forced us into this.
I'm ready.
Okay, I feel like you can't do that on your first man. Like, I don't know how to counter that. You're just like, fuck you. See that guy later. And by later, I mean never. He's gone forever.
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Well, I'm angry.
Anja.
Careful, my elf.
Tearing this family apart.
Let the ink flow.
Ooh, your son that you made disappear?
Let's dance.
Should be fighting by my side.
Let's spill some ink. Lune, watch out. Anja. My sword is dead. Lightning strike.
Brace yourself. Ready to evade.
Okay. Finally figured that out. It's interesting how sometimes it lets me send in like a new crew, but then other times it's just like, nope, sorry, you failed. Which is fair enough, I guess, but it's weird. It's like, why do I not get to send in the reserve team, as the game puts it?
Ready to evade.
Forced us.
Alright. It's fucked up that move is different every time.
Let's spill some ink. Finesse and precision.
She bring it on you this time.
Alright, fuck you.
I'm not angry, just disappointed.
Let's carve a path. Break.
My sword is death.
Tearing this family apart. You should be fighting by my side.
My turn. Target marked. Watch out, my Al. I think I'll improvise. Your turn to shine.
I'm not gonna lie to you, this game is fucking insane.
Your turn to shine. Oh, really?
Alright. Okay.
CL incoming.
To this man.
Till me in.
Let's carve a path. No time to lose.
Finesse and precision.
She won't help you this time.
Come on, I fucking hit that shit at the right time. What do you mean? What do you mean that I didn't? Fuck you.
Perfect seal.
I'm
Watch
not
out.
angry, just disappointed.
You're outmatched.
Yeah, well, likewise, fucking loser.
No, never. No more tricks. Feel better.
Tearing this family apart.
Just try it.
Should be fighting by my side.
God, it's such an asshole way. It's such an asshole thing. Like, don't have the slow-mo. Fuck off with the slow-mo, man. Oh, hey, this part has slow-mo in it to fuck with you. That's it. That's the only reason why that part has to be in slow motion, is to fuck with you mentally. Because it's like, oh, everything's gonna go gray and he's gonna go in slow motion. Oh, does that mean I should hit the button to counter him? No, you fucking idiot. You have to wait until he actually does his attack, but it's off time because it's in slow motion for no fucking discernible reason other than the fact that the game designers couldn't make it actual fun and challenging game, and they needed to fuck with you as a player and go, hey, you fucking idiot. What, you're not omnipotent? What, you're not a fucking goddamn sightseer? You're not able to see into the fucking future to know exactly how to do something the right way, even though you've never encountered this before, ever in your entire fucking existence? Oh, well, you're a fucking idiot. Have you tried being good at video games? Oh, shit, bro. I never thought about that. I never decided to fucking try being good at a fucking video game. I always thought the trick was to be utter dog shit and fucking garbage. You see? You know, it's like when I'm fighting someone and we're like, oh, hey, let's agree upon fisticuffs only. Let's you and me battle it out with our fists. And then, you know, it's like, I just didn't think that when I agreed to this, when I was like, oh, okay, let's go ahead and fight with our fisticuffs, that the enemy would bring a fucking gun and just shoot me to death and be like, oh, you fucking idiot. You thought you could just fight me with fists? Well, I have a gun and I'm gonna shoot you. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that's what I signed up for. I didn't realize I signed up to be fucking killed at will and that I deserved to die and suffer because, I don't know, fuck me, I guess. Alright, anyway, sorry about that rant that was causing me to lose my voice. But I just have a question for you. Am I fucking wrong? Am I fucking wrong that this game is a piece of shit that does not tell you the rules and doesn't accurately inform you about shit? See? It's fucking tricky, man. It is very much a fuck you, eat shit and die. How dare you play the fucking video game?
Not today.
Sick, bro. That's so sick. So sick and so fair.
Lovely to see you. Take your shot.
Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Okay.
Time to strike. Eyes don't lie. There we go. Eyes don't lie. Not today. Waiting. Take your shot. see it. Shiny.
Fuck you, why don't I get to send in the reserve team, man? What's the fucking dealio? Why are you like this? I don't fucking get it, man. I don't get it. You have a good game here, but you don't know. It's like, I don't know. The development team is like half angels and half demons. It's half like, oh, let's make a really good, really refined game. Let's really focus in on the mechanics. Let's make it fun and rewarding to learn more, to practice, to get better. And oh, wow, it's really awesome. And then there's just a bunch of demons who are like, hey, what if we had like the same move, but like 3 different fucking variations of it? So you gotta fucking guess and be just super lucky, where you're like, oh, okay, I know this move. This move has 2 moves that you have to dodge or hit properly, but then we're gonna hit you with the one move where you can only have one option. And it's like, oh man, what a bunch of fucking assholes we are. We made a good, fun fucking game, and then we decided to just fucking kill you. We decided to make it terrible on purpose because we fucking hate you. Thanks for the money, asshole. Suffer and die. Like, fair enough, man, I guess. I don't know.
I'd really like for you all to survive this.
I'd really like for the game to be good and to make sense. But I asked too much. I asked for the impossible. Alright, let's see. Okay, so, right off... do you see my problem? Do you see my issue? Where that move, the move where he goes, fuck you, you don't exist anymore, and you don't get to play the fucking video game you bought? There are fucking 3 different versions of it. One where you have to parry or dodge at first, and then you can hit him with the fucking R2 gradient counter. Or it's fucked up, man. It's fucked up to have that be a variant. To have it just be fucking flip of the die. Which way are you gonna fucking die? Fuck you, man. It's bullshit. You can fuck off. You can piss off, video game. Oh, fuck you. You don't get to play. Oh, cool. Fuck you. I'm gonna load a save. What do you want from me? What do you want from me, man? You expect perfection when meanwhile this is the most imperfect fucking piece of shit I've ever played in my entire fucking life. I'm meant to be perfect, meanwhile you make this fucking shit with the fucking dialogue and the translation being the way that it is, and that's okay. Oh, hey, rules for thee, but not for me. Oh, no, player. You're not allowed to make mistakes. You're not allowed to be imperfect. You're not allowed to grow and have things make sense and not be fucked over by our shitty fucking game design. But, oh, we're just a small little fucking developer studio. We got our voice actors from fucking Reddit. Oh, wow. I don't pity you, fuckers. I expect you to fucking care. To care about the thing that you fucking make and care to make it good. And not to make it like a fucking prick. Skip it. Hey, motherfucker, if I see the fucking circle fill all the way up, then that shit is fucking done for. You know? You don't get to be like, oh, sorry, you filled up the circle, but you didn't fill it up for long enough. What the fuck, man? Again, it's you with your fuckery. Your ever-present, ever-consistent, ever-fucking-vested fuckery of me, the player. Fucking me over for wanting to play the fucking video game. Man. Ugh.
Here's your card.
Like, I don't know. Tell me I'm bad at the fucking game. Because am I perfect? Fucking sure as hell am not. But am I doing my damnedest? Am I doing my best? Can I fucking you know, parry with the best of them? Can I get the fucking rhythm game down timing? Yes, I can. But see, the equivalent is like I'm playing a rhythm game. And the rhythm game is like, hey, hit X. Hey, hit circle. Hey, hit triangle. And I'm like, okay, I get it. But then one time with the same exact beat as the last time, it's like, oh, hey, hit triangle. And then I hit triangle. It's like, oh, sorry, asshole. You should have paid attention because at the last second, you were actually supposed to hit X. And we fucking tricked you because God forbid we make anything challenging while giving you all the information you fucking need. God damn it, man. You know? It is, you know what's a really well-designed game? Into the Breach. Into the Breach is such a great fucking game where it gives you all the information. Where you know exactly how the enemy is going to attack. You know where they can move. Like how much distance they can go. And, you know, you have pretty much all relevant information available to you. And yet you still fuck up. You still fail and you still miss things. You know? And it's on you. But sometimes there's unavoidable damage. Sometimes you just gotta eat shit. Which is fine. But it's like, you have to provide me all the information. Because I'm cool with eating shit. But also, you have to be like, oh, sorry, buddy, I'm pissing in your face. And it's like, well, could you tell me that you were gonna piss in my face before you do it? No? You're just gonna fucking shove your cock down my fucking mouth and piss in my throat? Okay, cool, thanks. Wonderful gaming experience. Love it, 10 out of 10. Really, really put me in my place. Fuck you, man. So I understand that was very, very crass. I'm sorry about that. But look, man, you don't want me to say disgusting shit. Don't make your fucking game disgusting.
She won't help you this time.
Like, the visual and audio language is fucked up on that. It's just so fucked up. Like, if you can't, like, be like, yeah, I can see why you say that's fucked up, I can't explain it to you. I can't explain to you how it's fucked up that it's like, the fucking little flourishing bitch over here. This goddamn fop has to fucking sit here and be like, oh, I can't just attack you and be like, boom, wow. It can't be startup sound, then attacking sound. You can't do that. You gotta fucking spin around and twirl around like the fucking shittiest ballerina I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. Ugh. Okay, then.
Eyes don't lie.
I'm not angry, just disappointed.
That's great, man. I'm so glad that you're not angry, you're disappointed. Me, I'm angry and disappointed.
You're outmatched.
So yeah, now do this.
Worth it.
Okay. Interesting.
Tearing this family apart.
It's locked on you.
Should be fighting by my side.
Here we go.
So hey, just for context, so again, that a different variation of the fuck you, eat shit, and don't play the fucking video game Like, hey man, if you want me not to play the fucking video game, you know what I'll do? I won't go play the video game. I'll go fucking make me some breakfast, cook me up some fucking eggs, some toast, some bacon, something that's enjoyable and pleasant to consume, unlike this fucking video game, man. Alright? If you want me to do that, I will go do that. I will go fuck off. But it's like you're a coy little fuck who doesn't actually want to inform me of anything and just wants to torture me, you know? It's fucking insane. Relax. But it's like I'm trying to think about this. I'm trying to think of the metaphor because I remember I was like, I saw like maybe it was something on TikTok or something on Reddit, but it had to do with like relationships, you know, where it's like, I don't know, I'm trying to remember here. It's like, sorry, I'm really consumed with the thought because like I feel it's relevant because it has to do with this idea that in relationships sometimes you are not communicative, you know, where it's like you just expect for your partner to do something and you never tell them to do this, and so when they don't do this thing that you didn't tell them to do, you get upset at them, and it's like it's like some people think you're the bad guy in that case, you know, where it's like, I don't know, I'm trying to think about it. Like here, let's say, you know, you and me, I don't know who you are, I don't know what your deal is, but let's say we're in some kind of relationship. Not a romantic one, we're roommates, alright? And you're like, hey buddy, could you wash the dishes? And I'm like, yeah, sure thing, I can wash the dishes. And so I wash the dishes, I do it, great, fantastic. And then, you know, if after I get done with that, I'm like, cool, I'm gonna go play a video game and play something that's rewarding and fun and doesn't punish me for being alive. So I'm playing Psychonauts 2 or something along those lines and not this fucking game. And then you come up to me as I'm playing the game and you're like, hey, did you do the laundry? And I'm like, no, I didn't do the laundry. And you're like, well, could you do the fucking laundry? I'm like, could you fuck off? You asked me to do the dishes. If you wanted me to do both, I would have been happy to do both, but you only asked me to do one chore. So I don't see why you're coming up and getting upset at me for not doing this other chore that I didn't know needed to be done and that you didn't tell me to fucking do. So why the fuck are you getting mad at me? Like, why are you coming over and unplugging the console and be like, hey, you gotta do the laundry right now? Fuck you! You gotta go fuck yourself right now. What do you mean? I can't be expected to be omnipotent. I can't be expected to know every single thing that you want me to do. It's like, you might need the laundry done, and I don't. I got plenty more clothes. What do you mean I gotta do the fucking laundry? You know? Just because something is relevant to you and makes sense in your own world, that does not mean that it makes sense to me in my world, right? That's kind of the point I'm trying to get across.
decision.
Let's play. You're going to see. I'm waiting.
Fuck you. Eat shit and die, you fucking asshole. See? I hate it, man. I hate it because it's like every other previous time I fought this guy, really hard, really difficult, and then it's like, oh hey, this time I get lucky and I have a big move that really helps me out a lot, and so I get to use that effectively. It's just I don't know, man. It's annoying because it's like I could have won all the other times, but it's frustrating when it's like it's like, particularly it's like when I start off and he immediately does his vanishing move bullshit and I don't know which variation of it it's going to be, and so I'm just immediately down a party member, you know? Losing a party member like more than halfway through the fight, fine, I can tank that, but it's like, I don't know, man. I just want you to communicate with me, Clair Obscur. I want both of us to understand each other, you know? It's empathy is a two-way street or whatever, you know? It's like, I do my best to understand you, but you also have to understand me and not be exceptionally cruel and mean to me because you feel like I can handle it, you know? Here's the final metaphor on the matter. Just because you're physically weaker than I am doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt when you fucking hit me, you know?
Everyone all right? Lurker?
Locos. Broken. Why can't you accept who you are?
What is... Who are you? Tell me your name.
miss you.
Fuck!
Alright, okay. Interesting. You got me intrigued, game, but you gotta take it somewhere interesting.
Oh, Dory. Thank you, mon ami.
Care to explain? Your father.
I don't think of him as my father anymore.
Still, why didn't you just tell us?
Because it's private. And it's painful, and it's none of your business. I cut ties with him decades ago.
Lying by omission is still lying.
I've told you everything you need to know.
I'd rather make that determination for myself.
I think we can all understand where each other's coming from, right? He hasn't steered us wrong yet. But we're a team now. And we won't get very far if we don't trust each other.
Family's complicated.
Old friend, you've traveled miles, spinning in circles, your blind eyes on the dial, stripping off.
The stories say that Gestrels reincarnate. Is that true? Can you bring Noko back?
Partially. We can bring Noko back to life. But not all of Noko will return. It will be a different Noko. The one you knew is gone.
I'm so very sorry, my friend. And all for naught. The painter's heart was in that manor, and now it's gone. We have no way to access the monolith.
Expedition 58 seemed to think you knew another way.
What?
We found 58 and their journals.
So that's how you... I wasn't hiding it. If that's what you're implying. It's a dead end.
Wait, what are you talking about?
There's someone else who can help us. Excuse me. Is it true? Can you make a weapon that can pierce the barrier? Do you need something from the axons? Do you need their hearts?
Look, to create this weapon, he needs enormous amounts of pure chroma, which is way beyond what we can get from Nevrons. The only source are axons, yes. But like I said, that's a dead end. It's impossible.
Why? What are axons?
They're Massive creatures living on islands around the monolith. They're much stronger and much more dangerous than Nevrons. I can't die, and I still couldn't take them down.
Yet we found the corpse of one in Old Lumiere, so it's possible.
I don't know how that one died. But I'm telling you, listen to me, please. Our chances of taking them down without you lot dying are close to zero.
Close, but not zero. Death is coming either way. And as expeditioners, if we die fighting.
Wonderful pep talk.
I know.
All right, if we're going to fight the Axons, then let's be smart about it.
What do you mean?
I've had a few rough encounters with the Axons. There are 3 located on islands around the monolith, and we need at least 2 hearts to get enough chroma. One lives on a mountain too high for us to reach, so that one's out. We should start with the one to the west of the monolith. It's already been weakened by previous expeditions, right?
Yeah, good idea. Maximize our chances.
Or we embrace the challenge and pick the one in the east.
I like your spirit.
Thank you.
Did you listen to what I just said?
Yeah. Hold on. How the fuck do I read that shit? Maybe it's in journal? Yes, it is.
Expedition 58, Delphine. The behemoth is such a marvel. It has a small city on its back that I really want to explore. But the others think it's too risky, too easy to get caught by the Nevs around here. Verso called this thing an axon. Apparently they are incredibly powerful, with hearts of pure chroma, utterly unkillable. Except, clearly, something did. Verso and his father, Renoir, spent years trying to kill the axons, hoping to forge their hearts into a weapon to break the barrier. But no dice. I bet the curator would love to get his hands on one of those hearts. He could easily forge such a weapon.
It's fucking interesting, man. I don't know, I am pretty curious to see where the game goes and like what it's doing with all that it's got going on. I'm trying to remember, what's a song I like? Because honestly, I'm looking for the song that plays in the manor when you're there. I don't know if this one is it. It might be it. Alright.
Ready for the Axons? Of course you are. What was it like for you, growing up in Lumiere?
Aside from being a sad and lonely orphan, it was great. Although technically, everyone in Lumiere is an orphan.
How old were you when your parents passed away?
Around 3, I guess. Yeah. I was an unwelcome surprise. They never wanted kids. And they definitely didn't want one right before their gommage.
That must have sucked. For both you and them.
Yeah. It did. Then they died. And I bounced around from family to family. I can't even remember all of them. I was kind of a weird kid, I guess.
So was I.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I was obsessed with my piano and my paint set.
I was a bit more severe than that. I used to have lots of nightmares and talk to myself. Kept running away from home all the time.
Nah, if that's weird, then we're all weird. Actually, I kind of think everyone's a weird kid in someone's eyes.
Well, I was a weird kid in everyone's eyes.
Even Gustav's.
Kind of. It's why he and his sister took me in. Nobody else wanted me. But I guess Gustav and Emma used to be weird kids too. So they liked me.
See? Everyone's weird. What did you do in Lumiere? Ciel was a farmer, Lune was a researcher, Gustav was an engineer. What about you?
Nobody wanted me for any of the fancy apprenticeships. So I got stuck as a runner for the warehouses. But that turned out to be kind of nice. I got to go everywhere in the city. I probably know the place better than anyone.
Yeah? What was your favorite place?
The Hanging Gardens. Me and Gustav used to go up there a lot. Do you miss Lumiere?
Yeah. I do. Not just the place, but everything about that time. The festivals, the gardens, dancing the night away on the harbour. Before... well, all this. That home is gone. Not just the place, but also the people.
You have us now?
Yeah. And you've got me. So, you want to dance the night away?
Maybe us, Ciel.
Oh, man. You know, I understand it's a video game and stuff, but it's like, I don't know, it's a nice, interesting kind of scene that happens, and then it's just like, relationship leveled up, and it's like, do I need that? Like, you can just have the scenes, and you don't have to have this, like, thing where you're directly telling me that I've leveled up the relationship, you know? Whereas, like, on one hand, I do get it, but on the other hand, I'm like, yeah, you don't need it. It's superfluous, you know? Pretty sky. Alright, who else to spend time with?
I'm sorry, Mongier. We'll bring Noko back.
I know.
I'm ready. Just say the word.
When the time is right. After we've settled this.
Polishing your collection of Nevlegs?
Yes. Aren't they beautiful?
Yes, I too find the legs of our enemies to be beautiful.
Yes, I knew you would appreciate them. You, sir, are a true connoisseur of elegant weaponry.
Why do you need to polish them anyway?
A warrior must be prepared for battle. And battle is just as much mental as physical.
Mental, eh?
Imagine you're in Nevron, and you see me, charging toward you, brandishing the well-polished and gleaming leg of one of your brethren. Think of the intimidation.
True. I wouldn't want to battle anyone who's using your hairy foot as a club. Or for the smell of the intimidation.
And then I transform into one of them. Ha! Intimidation and confusion. From that alone, the battle is already won. The rest is mere cleanup.
Funny. Doesn't seem to work for you against stalacts, does it?
Stalacts are too stupid to realize they should be intimidated and confused.
Right. Definitely not because you're afraid of them.
Ha! Me? I fear no Nevron. Least of all a stalact.
Perfect. In that case, want to go intimidate some stalacts? We've got some time to kill.
Yes. Well, that would definitely be quite exhilarating. But maybe later. I really need to finish polishing all these legs. I've still got 20 more to go.
I've missed you. Alright then. Come on, move over and hand me an extra cloth. Let's get these legs shining so bright they blind our enemies and send them screaming.
See, it's like, why even describe things to me? If you're gonna describe it to me, but not show it, then don't describe it to me at all. I don't need to know that they're, singing along a war chant and Monaco is bullying Verso into singing along. Like, I would love to see that. It's like, oh wow, you really crafted an interesting scene here. Maybe you could make it into a scene next time. Lune comes over to shush them, but ends up joining the polishing effort. It takes a while, but they finally finish and head back to the others. I don't know, I will say, it's... ultimately, I find it to be... this game to be filled with a lot of interesting choices. Because it's like, I like Monaco, but it's like... I like him in spite of him being a Gestrel. Like, not because of it, Is that I like that he has this interesting relationship with Verso. It's like... I don't know, this might be a crazy thing about me, but usually I like to see humans getting along, It's like, I couldn't help but feel like, not during that scene or the previous one, but like, before that, with the, with like Lune kind of encouraging the group to go after the Axons, that it's like, I don't know, I can't help but compare and contrast the game to, like, Red Dead Redemption 2. It's like, nothing compares to Red Dead Redemption 2 in terms of building, like, a family, It's like, for Red Dead Redemption 2, you're in a gang, but the gang is a family, You got the two odd couple as the father, Dutch and Hosea. You got plenty of daughters, all the sons of Dutch, and like their kind of brotherly relations. Like the fact that like Arthur Morgan hates John Marston, like he really resents the guy and constantly belittles him and makes fun of him. But yet at the end of the game, he's kind of the one that he cares about the most, save probably for Charles Smith. and it's like, I don't know, it's a really interesting relationship, and it's like, it all feels natural, where it's like, this game and the dialogues between the characters, they don't feel as natural. Like take for example, Noko, you know? Like, is it sad that he's dead? Yes, but also, A, does it make sense that he's dead? No. B, do I really care? No. It's like, I think they needed to build the character up more. You have to, like, again, it's like, Gustav dying, that shit impacts you because you're just getting to like him, you know? Like, his final scene is him and Mael kind of doing what they were doing at the beginning of the game, throwing rocks and talking with each other, you know? And it's like, that's a really tragic scene because he's like very happy to be spending time with Mael, where before he seemed kind of wistful and like absent-minded at the beginning of the game when they're throwing rocks together. So like, it comes full circle. But it's like, I feel like if anything, you know, it's like, if you want to kill Noko off, he should have like sacrificed himself for the team. Like, he should have gone out of his way to have like a scene where he dies, rather than just, oh, hey, we got done with that scene, and oh, look, he's dead. And it's like, okay, why the fuck do I care about that? I know that the Gestrals can revive themselves, like, or it can be rebirthed or whatever. So it's like, I don't super care about that, you know? I don't know, I think it's just a lot of interesting choices in this game that I think, I don't know if they could be done better, but I certainly would have done them differently, you know? Where it's like, again, I don't know, it's like, even with like, the Grandies and, the Gestrals and, what's like the other one? I mean, there are the Nevrons too, but like, kind of all these different, what do you call them? Cultures? Species? It's like, I wish they were a little bit more unique and a little bit more interesting, you know? Because I would say, in this regard, the best game to kind of compare and contrast with is Mass Effect. Whereas, like, Mass Effect, whenever you just have, like, a different colored human, I'm like, fuck off, Mass Effect. I do not care. Like, that is, like, the most boring thing ever. Oh, hey, you can romance an alien. Oh, awesome. What does that mean? What kind of alien? Oh, it's just a blue woman with, like, you know, aesthetic tentacles instead of hair? Okay. That's really boring. I would have come up with a way more interesting alien, because it's like, you have this entirely different life form that has its own culture, it has its own planet, it has its own way of existing and moving about, and like, it's really interesting when Mass Effect dives into aliens that are just fundamentally different, and they have to like account for this. Take for example the Elcor, which are like these like giant slow moving elephant-like aliens, and they have to constantly like tell you like, hey, here's the tone of what I'm saying, because everything I say to you sounds monotone, and that's because our species communicates with like subtle smells that you can't pick up on as a human, you know? It's like, that's interesting. Or the Hanar, who are like telepathic, like weird jelly things that are like almost they're like an afterthought. They're like the secondary kind of creature on a planet, you know? And it's like really interesting talking with them, because they have like an entire different thing, like where they have like, oh, I have a face name. I have like a fake name that I give to like everyone, and then there are people who know me intimately and they call me by a different name. Like, that's interesting. And it's just like, I don't know, I just would have made the gestrals like significantly different, because it's like Monako is essentially a human. Like, he's just a human with like weird abilities, you know? And it's like, in that case, why not make him a human? Why not give him a face so I can be like, ah, look at his face? But instead, it's like, he doesn't even have an alien face. He has the lack of a face. Like, both the gestrals and like most other kind of non-humans in this world, they don't have faces, which I assume is probably great for animation. You know, you don't have to sit there and mocap a person and have them like and translate that to the video game, which I think is fine, but I think it's just like weird. You could have just had like a masked person. You literally have that with oh fuck, damn it! I just learned her name, but now I've forgotten it. Clarice? What the fuck did this guy call the alternate like fucked up version of Mael? No offense to the paintress, who I've been assuming that she's the paintress the whole time. I don't know if she is the paintress. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. Personally, I don't think it's terrible, but I find the decision making to be kind of jarring, you know? Where it's like, I don't know, again, it feels weird, right? It feels weird to be like, oh, hey, let's have a guy who looks like a monkey as essentially the, sixth main character, right? Is that right? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he's the sixth. Because, again, I'm buying into more and more maybe this guy is different than Gustav, even though he looks almost exactly the same as Gustav, save for like the eyes and the hair color. Like, this guy looks like fucking Gustav, does he not? Or is it really just a coincidence? Because if so, I would have like not done that. I would have not made the two guys look exactly the same. Like, say for example, if Mael's counterpart, which I'm going to look up the name of, or not look up, but see what this guy says in the cutscene. Because, yeah, Mr. Renoir goes to attack. And then they're all kind of sitting around. They talk for a bit. And then, yeah, here we go. Alicia, that's her name. So it's like, Mael here is like Alicia, Like, she's known by a different name. She has all these memories that aren't really hers, but yet she feels a familiarity whenever she goes into the manor or the mansion or whatever it is. And it's like, obviously there is some connection between the two of them. And it's like, that's interesting. But then it's I don't know, it's just weird that it's not really acknowledged, Where it's like, when he protects her, he literally goes, Alicia, and he just goes in front of her and blocks Renoir's attack. And it's like, are none of you going to question him about that? It's like, maybe I'll buy into the fact that you guys not questioning that he looks exactly like Gustav. That's fine, whatever. I'll suspend my disbelief. But it's like, nobody's gonna ask him any fucking follow-up questions. Hey, why'd you call her Alicia? Hey, what about this weird dream I'm having where there's this person that looks almost exactly like me, but they are disfigured, they don't really talk, and they have the exact same eyes as me, but, I'm sure that's just a coincidence. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that we're exactly the same height and we look exactly the same, save for the fact that one of them is, like, more fucked up, I guess. Because it's like, I don't know. I think Final Fantasy VII Rebirth does a better job at it, where it's like every time Cloud wants to like figure out more, he's like, "Hey, what's like the big mystery going on here?" Like his brain starts to fucking hurt and he can't do anything about it, you know? Where he's like, "Huh, this is weird." And then you see like his brain like glitch out and he's just like, "Huh, okay. Well, I guess that was nothing." Like I don't know. I guess my point is that you're keeping me deep in suspense game, and it's like, is the suspense gonna be worth it? Are you gonna be happy with the fact that you just like you didn't tell me shit and you were weird and baffling about it the whole time?
I'm sorry, Mongier.
I know. I'm ready. When the time is...
Alright.
I'm mad.
Aww.
Eske.
I'm stinking mad.
About Noko.
That was mean. I thought he cared. Renoir's not being Renoir.
He's not. I know, buddy. I'm mad too. Enjoying the stars.
Now, I will say also, with Eske, I like Eske a lot more because he feels distinctly not human, you know? Where he's almost like childlike, but he's also like, he feels significantly different. He feels almost like a toy brought to life, which I don't know if that's intentional or not. But it's a very interesting kind of perspective he has, which again feels different than Monoko, who just seems like a guy. Like him and Verso reminiscing, they just feel like old buddies, you know? Where it's like these two are also old buddies, but it's different. They're not like it's not that they're not equals, but it's that they're like fundamentally different, which is interesting.
Stars are the apples of the sky.
I love the way you see the world.
Oh, that constellation looks like Francois.
I guess. It's very round, like Francois?
Yes, and it's soft and fluffy, just like Francois. On the inside.
Are we talking about the same Francois? Monsieur Grumpface?
Enfant used to be all wee, but now he's all
ooh.
Yeah, centuries go by without your best friends. That's gonna make you go.
Yeah, but at least you shared some. Oui? How come you're not grumpy like Francois?
I am grumpy.
Oh, are you now?
I too am. But I'm also wee. So the wee balances the.
Well, now what am I gonna pick? Wee woo or woo wee woo wee?
Sounds like you're in a woo-wee type situation.
You really get me, Verso.
I think we're both a little woo-wee. Wee-woo. Although I'm a bit more woo than wee these days.
Aww.
Hey, that one looks a little like Monoko.
Oh, and if you squint and sort of scrunch up your face, that one next to it looks like Noko.
See, that's also something that, like, you don't need to add on to the end of that. SK and Verso deepen their bond after this meaningful interaction. Thanks. I could have assumed it was meaningful. I assumed because it's a scene. Yeah, hey, I just decided to put, like, a meaningless scene that has no relevance to the plot or anything in my game, you know? It's like, I love scenes like that. I love watching a movie and being like, oh yeah, this scene means nothing to the overall plot or meaning or message of the movie. Thank goodness. They spend more time looking at the stars, saying they look like things they absolutely do not look like. SK's nonsense inspires Verso. Oh, unlocked a gradient attack. Then head back to the others. But yeah, it's like SK works as this like very weird entity, you know? Where it's like he makes like perfect sense within the world as this like weird, wistful, strange, happy creature that is like, again, it's like literally Verso going up to him and being like, I like the way you see the world. It's very nice and comforting, you know? And that's the interesting thing. That's something unique going on there. Rather than just like, I don't know, it's like, I think when you have the potential for uniqueness and then you squander it and make it generic, that's even worse than just having something generic, right? Alright.
Lune. Okay. We'll talk later then.
Oh. We'll talk later then. Just kidding, we'll talk right now.
My fellow night owl.
Night owl?
You never seem to sleep.
I sleep. I sleep enough.
What keeps you up?
What doesn't keep me up?
From one insomniac to another.
Sometimes I just can't turn off my mind. It's like I pick up a puzzle and I can't set it down until I solve it.
And what's your current puzzle?
The talking neurons. The ones that seem to have personalities and thoughts and feelings. I'm trying to make sense of the things they said. I know there's an important piece of the puzzle there. We need to find and talk to more of them.
I've talked to a few. They mostly spout nonsense. I wouldn't expect too much.
Maybe you weren't asking the right questions.
Well, I'm certainly not as experienced as you.
What about you, my fellow night owl? Why can't you sleep?
Oh, you know, weight of the world, a tortured soul, things like that.
Oh, a funny night owl. Come on, I just shared with you.
You did, didn't you? Feels nice sharing, huh?
Feels even nicer when people reciprocate.
Sleep is not very restful for me. I used to have horrible dreams, but somehow it was worse when they stopped. Now it's just this oppressive void.
Fascinating. So, you experience discomfort while you sleep? Pain? Are you aware of time passing? I should observe you next time you sleep.
Well, that's not creepy.
Precisely. It's science.
Well, it's not like we have private rooms here, so... Sure. Knock yourself out.
For science.
Right.
Verso flashes a grin at Lune. Lune can't help but smile back. The world feels a little brighter when they're together. Okay, see, is like the world feels a little brighter when they're together. That's fine and stuff, you know, you can have that, but it's like, why, like, I don't know, is it too expensive to have the actors, like, smile at each other, you know? Where you see the guy's face, you see him smile, and then you see Lune kind of subtly try to fight a smile, but then smile back, you know? It's like, I don't know, I can't help but think of The Witcher 3, a game that came out in 2015, which again, I understand CD Projekt Red probably had a lot more money and resources than this game, but it's like, you have the facial animation. Why can't you have the actors smile at each other? Why do you have to tell me that they're smiling at each other? Because I will say, one of my favorite things upon replaying The Witcher 3, and a reason why I like playing the game without subtitles, is how many subtle expressions that, like, Geralt will make, and so will all the other characters. But it's like Geralt will, like, roll his eyes, he'll kind of smirk to himself, he'll, like, do all these very subtle emotions that if you're not paying attention, if you're not staring at the guy's face, you're not going to pick up on. And of course you're staring at the guy's face. I mean, what else are you going to stare at? The background? Other NPCs? No, you're staring at Geralt of Rivia because he's Geralt of fucking Rivia. He's the main character. You're looking at his face, you know? So it's like, I don't know, I find this to be so baffling to me. Because it's like, on one hand I get it, but on the other hand, it's like, I almost wish it wasn't there. I almost wish that the conversation just ended and you didn't tell me about how, hey, I would have made the scene so much better had I more time and money. And it's like, I'm sure you would have, but you didn't. So why tell me about it, you know? It's like if I made a movie. I put the movie out, people watched it, and I was like, oh man, there was actually this one scene I wanted to add into the movie that would have explained this thing, or I would have had this scene between these two characters. I was like, that's great, but you didn't put that in the fucking movie, Palorino, so who cares? And again, the most jarring thing in the world. Lune can't restrain herself from asking Verso a few more questions before they head back to the others. Thanks to Verso's answers, Lune understands Chroma better than before. Well, that's interesting. You see, it's like, I don't know, I don't expect the game to explain Chroma to me. Like, I don't give a fuck about how Chroma works. It's magic. I get it, you know? But it's like, why even include that, you know? Like, hey, you got to a certain level, so now you get a new upgrade. But then it's like the conversation they had has no relevance to that upgrade. So, I don't know. I'm saying it's fine, but I'm saying it's flawed, if that makes any sense.
All these years and you've never defeated an Axon?
They're kind of tough.
And do you think our chances are close to zero?
I didn't think you cared about odds.
Lune and I have less than a year. But Mael's different.
Caught. You didn't say Mael, you said Mael. Which, it's like, I don't know, I will say that is kind of funny when you're, because, like, usually it's not for names, but it's like, it is funny when you're playing, like, a fantasy game, and, like, a character, or, you know, more specifically, the voice actor pronounces a place differently, and you're like, what? I was like, I don't know, it's really interesting to think about how complicated a video game is to make, with so many different people working on it, and it's like, you know, you have someone in, it's like, oh, that's a great take. Oh, but they fucked up saying this character's name. Well, we're not gonna bring him back in and pay him more money. We already got the fucking line. It is how it is. Yeah, of course I want to spend time with Seal. Cecile?
story time?
Let me think.
Come on. You've been alive for over 60 years. You must have tons of stories.
Over 100 years, actually. So, it's hard to choose.
You're 100 years old and so indecisive?
All right. Let me think.
We're going deeply personal.
Okay, I'm going to share something deeply personal with you.
Oh, I'm so intrigued.
It's about my hair.
Your hair? That's a bit literal on the dark and personal.
Hey, I'm sharing a heartfelt secret here. Do you want the story or not?
Please, do share.
Sometime after the fracture, my hair turned completely white, like an old man. Luckily, the Gestural village has a hairstylist quite skilled in color treatments.
Lucky?
But he's always napping when I get there, and his apprentice always mucks things up. I'm lucky my hair's not purple this time.
Purple could be fun.
So, your turn.
That was hardly dark or personal.
White hair? Old man, I'm revealing myself here.
All you've revealed is that you're vain, and that you're really bad at making appointments.
Vain? Hey, I'm not the one with all the bracelets and rings.
Actually, my students made these bracelets for me, to remember them by. Because chances are we'll never see each other again.
Not necessarily.
I'm an optimist, but I'm also a realist. My youngest student is 6. Her parents will gommage when she's 12, and she herself won't live past 21. Her parents did the maths. They'll have 12 years as a family, and she'll experience 21 years of life. These are the choices we get to make. The earlier you have children, the more time you get to share with them, the more life they'll get to live. And every year you wait...
You're shortening your child's life.
Precisely.
You don't have any children, though.
No, I don't, but I have my students. One of my friends, Sophie, said it best. She said she loves her children so much, the best thing she could do for them is not to have them. See? Dark and personal.
Yeah, you've set the bar high.
Come back with a better story next time.
Though Verso's story was rather lacking, Cecile appreciates Verso slightly more than before. Cool, man. I could have figured. Cecile and Verso spend a bit too long teasing each other before going back to the others. Sure. But yeah, I don't know. I'm struggling to think of things to say about that scene. I think that scene was fine. I think it was good even. I think... Yeah, the part that bothered me about it is that, it's like, say for example, when they're saying nothing, it's like, wouldn't it be so much better if it was just a straight cutscene? You know? Where it's like, rather than waiting for me to hit the X button, you could see, like, the characters kind of look down, wait, kind of think for a minute, and then talk again, rather than just, like, waiting for me to hit the X button. Like, there's something so much better about a directed scene than there is about, like, you know, these RPG Persona-esque dialogues where you're just talking to a character, and it's like, it's nice that their faces are animated and stuff, but it's like, they're not done enough, you know? It's like, you need one more kind of go in the mocap room or something. Like, I don't know what you need necessarily. It's like, take for example, Red Dead Redemption 2, a game I'll bring up pretty frequently. Because it's like, that game is fucking directed. And that game is directed in such an interesting way. Where it's like, even just this idea or this concept of, like, having actors act out a scene, and then upon doing that, after they're done acting in the scene, you're able to just put the camera wherever, you know? Like, that is so interesting and so cool. So it's like, say for example, you have your cowboy, and your cowboy, like, squints. Rather than, like, say, you have the wide shot of the cowboy talking with all the other cowboys or bandits or whatever, and then you have to, like, cut cameras, move the camera, put it in front of Cowboy Man's face, and then you film Cowboy Man squinting, you know? You can just have the whole scene play out, and then afterwards zoom in on the guy squinting his eyes, and then, like, it cut to him reaching for his gun, and then everyone else reaching for their guns. Like, it's so interesting that you're able to do that with video games, and that's a really interesting thing about, like motion capture, you know? It's like, I think this is a very high-minded idea, and it'll likely be a very long time before anyone does it. But it's like, I would love the concept of, like, a game that is about you directing the game, you know? So it's like you're given a myriad of different scenes, and then you're able to choose, like, where the camera angle is, where to cut, like, what to include, what to take out. Like, I don't know, I think that would be, like, a really interesting concept for not even a game necessarily, but, like, an interactive bit of media where you construct the story and the sort of film that you want to make from the pieces that are given to you, you know? And it's like, sometimes there are scenes that, like, contradict with each other, where it's like, oh, we filmed this scene without this actor present, so you can, like, I don't know, you can do more interesting stuff with that. And it's such a neat idea, and I love that so much, and it's interesting, or it's, like, fascinating and amazing when games can kind of capitalize on this, you know? It's like, again, kind of hearing about how Red Dead Redemption 2 was directed, where it's like the actors are, you know, in the motion capture space, they're all wearing, like, you know, black skin suits and with white balls on their heads and whatnot. It's like, I don't know, it's really interesting that afterwards you can then, like, take that performance and you can, like, choose what parts to focus on and, like, cut to, like, this specific part or zoom in on this particular area. It's like, that's so fucking cool. And it's just like, I don't know, it's like, this game has pretty good cutscenes, but it's, like, disappointing when you get to, like, a regular conversation and it's like, it's limited in the way that it's shot and the way that it feels, and it's like, it doesn't have to be that way, you know? It's like, I would rather take a scene of two actors acting against each other than take what is currently in the game, where it's, like, two actors acting against each other, but the game has to wait for your permission to continue with the scene. Like, just play the scene for me. I don't know why we have to sit here and hit the X button and have it be stilted and worse than it could be, you know? Anyway, sorry for talking and rambling for so long. I like to do that.
All these years you've never defeated me.
Yeah, kind of.
And you...
I didn't think you...
Lune and
I knew it. I was like, the game's gonna let me spend time with her again.
Here to make amends for your terrible story?
I'll be honest. I didn't expect things to get so deep so fast.
I could tell. I'm not really sure you're up to the challenge.
Oh, I can keep up. In fact, I'm here to offer a story.
A good one this time?
Yes. Well, you said I'm vain.
No, you said you're vain.
Would a vain person keep this scar? I could heal it, but I don't.
Oh? Why is that?
It's a reminder of the price I paid to stand on my own 2 feet. But, it meant walking away from people I cared about. So, there you have it. Dark and personal.
I feel like there's more to this story. It's probably not a coincidence, then, that Renoir has a similar scar.
You noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We disagreed on pretty much everything. Tactics, goals, what lines we wouldn't cross. I had to walk away, but he was resistant.
You fought?
It was the first time we ever raised a hand against the other.
If you can control your healing, that means Renoir can too. And he made the same choice as you. Interesting.
Oh, I never thought of it that way. But, you're right. So, dark and personal enough for you?
It was worthy.
Worthy of the story of that scar on your stomach.
Well, we all have scars that won't heal, don't we?
Deep.
That's the story for another time. The scars look good on you, though.
I know. That's the real reason I keep them.
I knew it.
Like, you don't have to include that. I don't care. I don't care that they switched to sillier topics before heading back to the group. Like, who the fuck cares?
Isky.
I'm
about
Dad?
He's not.
Right. Just making sure I can't spend time with anyone else.
I'm sorry.
I know. I'm ready. When the time.
Lune. Okay.
Okay.
All these years and you've never defeated an Axon.
They're kind of tough.
And do you think our chances are close to 0?
I didn't think you cared about odds.
Lune and I...
Yeah. Oh. There. Everyone's going back to default. And... oh, I can check up on the others.
So, the masked person with Renoir, that's your sister? What a hard leap to make.
Her name's Alicia.
What's wrong with her? She wears a mask all the time, she never talks, and she's always staring.
She was trapped in a fire a long time ago. Damaged her face and her throat, so, yeah.
Why did they come to see me?
I don't know. That surprised me when he told me. She helped me before. I thought she'd help me again, but it seems she's chosen a different side. Family is complicated, right?
Yeah.
Do you want the armband back?
What?
I feel like a fraud wearing it, given, you know.
Wear it anyway. You said you chose your side, right?
I did. You're not upset with me?
Strangely, no. I hate secrets, but Gustav always gave people the benefit of the doubt. And your actions are what matters. I trust you.
Thanks.
All right. Well, now I'm kind of curious. Hold on. Gotta give me a little minute here. Okay, cool. I got it. But, yeah, anyway, not gonna lie to you, I hit check up on others, and I was like, ah, cool, finally, a scene will play out, and I won't have to hit the X button to have the scene play out correctly. And then, nope, it's of course, because fucking Verso motherfucker is there, I have to hit the X button, rather than seeing just two characters talk, man. Why are you making me hit the X button, man? It's pissing me off. Like, have you not heard of fucking auto text? Ugh. Alright. Let's play something new. I'm thinking Reverence. Play that. And leave the camera there momentarily. Anyway, gotta use the restroom, so I'll be back in a minute. Blah. I return. She writes about old Lumiere and how their city was actually transported from the continent to the ocean. Okay, that's fine or whatever, but could you try giving me relevant information next time, video game? Like, I don't know, I hate to sound like the bitch that I am, but it's like, literally, the journal is the most annoying thing you have to fucking do. Because it's the same, like, 4 lines, and then there's one new relevant line. Cut out all the other fucking lines. I don't need to know that Mael goes to a secluded spot to write down in her journal, and now she's, begins to write in her journal, then there's the relevant thing, and then she's like, I hope that Gustav's apprentices will read this fucking book. It's like, what do you, why? Cut out all the other shit that is not relevant and is the same every time, and just give me the new shit, man. You know? It's like, you know, I'll be honest. I'll be real with you. Fuck, I forget what it's called. But, I was recently reading, like, the beginning of a Charles Dickens novel. And, I want to see if I can fucking remember this shit. Damn it. It's gonna be a struggle for me to remember what it is. But, essentially, no. Fuck you. Do that. Thank you. But yeah, essentially what it was is, I saw, like, a study talking about, like, literacy with, like, English majors in college, and it was referring to, like, oh yeah, is it not here? Are you fucking me over right now? I think you are. You're fucking me over, Reddit. Alright? The one thing you're actually good for, you can't even fucking do, you prick. Can you see a history of stuff you've liked? Yeah, whatever, I can find it. You go here and you go... fuck, what was it, man? I can't remember the literacy thing, and I can't remember what the damn passage was. New me. Let's see. Alright, that's a fine post or whatever. Yeah, hold on. I gotta find what this is, because I was reading it and it was, like, really interesting. Here we go. The post is titled, "Illiteracy is very common even among English undergrads." And so it was, like, specifically, let's see. So, pair of professors set out to test the intuitive sense that students at the college level were struggling with complex tests. Okay, so, yeah, whatever. Okay, the text they had them read was Bleak House by Charles Dickens. And now, do you mind if I read you a little bit of Bleak House by Charles Dickens? Because I want to read this out loud to you, and I want you to tell me if it is relevant at all, if you understand this fucking bullshit. London. Michaelmas term lately over, and the Lord Chancellor sitting in Lincoln's Inn Hall. Implacable November weather. As much mud in the streets as if the waters had but newly retired from the face of the earth, and it would not be so wonderful to meet a megalosaurus 40 feet long or so. Yeah, that's not wading, that's waddling. Waddling like an elephantile lizard up Holborn Hill, smoke lowering down from chimney pots, making a soft black drizzle with flakes of soot in it as big as full-grown snowflakes, gone into mourning, one might imagine, for the death of the sun. Dogs undistinguishable in mire, horses scarcely better, splashed to the very blinkers, foot passengers jostling one another, jostling one another's umbrellas, and a general infection of ill temper and losing their foothold at street corners, where tens of thousands of other foot passengers have been slipping and sliding since the day broke, if this day has ever broke, adding new deposits to the crust upon crust of mud, sticking at those points tenaciously to the pavement, and accumulating at compound interest. Fog everywhere, fog up the river, where it flows among green ice and meadows. Fog down the river, where it rolls, defiled among the tiers of shipping and the waterside pollutions of a great and dirty city. Fog on the Essex marshes, fog on the Kentish heights, fog creeping into the cabooses of Collier Briggs, fog lying out on the yards and hovering in the rigging of great ships, fog drooping on the gunwales of barges and small boats, fog in the eyes and throats of ancient Greenwich pensioners, wheezing by the firesides of their wards, fog in the steam and bowl of the afternoon pipe of the wrathful skipper down in his close cabin, fog cruelly pinching the toes and fingers of his shivering little prentice boy on the deck, chance people on the bridges peeping over the parapets into a nether sky of fog, with fog all round as if they were up in a balloon and hanging in the misty clouds, gas looming through the fog in divers places in the streets, much as the sun may from the spongy fields be seen to loom by husbandman and plowboy. Most of the shops lighted 2 hours before their time, as the gas seemed to know, for it has a haggard and unwilling look. The raw afternoon is rawest, and the dense fog is densest, and the muddy streets are muddiest near that leaden-headed old obstruction, appropriate ornament for the threshold of a leaden-head old corporation, Temple Bar, and hard by Temple Bar in Lincoln Inn's Hall, at the very heart of the fog, since the Lord High Chancellor in his High Court of Chancery. What the fuck is this shit, man? Alright, I understand I read it poorly because I'm a bit drunk, and also that's a lot of words I don't fucking know, but like, why is this being judged on, like, modern-day literature students of, like, of course nobody understands this shit. It's fucking bullshit. It's a whole lot of text to tell me, oh, there's a lot of fog, and there's a lot of mud, and the city is a city. And wouldn't it be cool if there was a fucking dinosaur in the city, but there's no dinosaur? What the fuck are you on about, Charles Dickens? Who the fuck cares? Shut the fuck up, man. God, I don't know. This is obviously a modern day man opinion, but like, I hope that like 100 years in the future, somebody isn't having to watch my fucking YouTube video and decipher all the bullshit that I say, and they have to be like, oh, when they said this, they meant this, and oh, wow, that's a lot of words that we don't use in modern day times, because humanity and language is ever evolving and changing constantly. It's like, no wonder this fucker got paid by the word, man. Like, he wrote so many words and all of them were fucking bullshit. What pisses me off is when I get to the part that's like, the raw afternoon is rawest, and the dense fog is densest, and the muddy streets are the muddiest. Thanks, asshole! What the fuck? Who cares, man? Alright? I will say, this is something that I feel I have a personal problem with old authors, is that it's like, I don't give a fuck about how the trees look. I don't give a fuck about the state of the city. Like, bring up the state of the city if it is relevant to the story in and of itself, and mayhaps it is, but I don't care about this bleak old-ass house and this bleak old-ass fucking city that you have to describe as being the bleakest bleak city to ever bleak in its fucking bleakest, in this bleak existence that we have on this bleak earth, in this bleak universe. Whoa, dude. Damn, I'm beginning to think this shit might be a little bit bleak. Who could have fucking guessed? But yeah, anyway, my point is, old people suck. Who gives a fuck about old ancient texts that have no relevance and no point, and especially no real fucking meaning in the modern day, other than what jag-offs and old fuckers think they have meaning of. Oh, I had to read this old-ass, uninterpretable shit when I was a kid, so now you have to do it too, and you're not doing a good job at it, so that means you're fucking illiterate. And you know what, honestly, fuck you, man. Like, I don't know what the study is. Again, it's somebody paraphrasing the study on Tumblr, so I'm sure there's a myriad of things that are misunderstood and lost in this person taking this text and interpreting it. But somebody not being able to read a fucking Charles Dickens novel is not, like, a case for illiteracy, man. Like, here, I was actually looking at my stack of old books the other day, and give me a minute. Alright, here we go. I have grabbed a book, a very old book, even probably old at the time it came out. Yeah, I want to see if there's like a little copyright thing or something here. Let's see here. But anyway, the book I've grabbed here is Huckleberry Finn by Mark Twain, the modern abridged edition. Because I remember reading this when I was younger, and it was completely incomprehensible, man. Chapter 1, Moses and the Bulrushers. You don't know about me without you... Yes, you don't know about me without you have read a book by the name of The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, but that ain't no matter. That book was made by Mr. Mark Twain, and he told the truth, mainly. There was things which he stretched, but mainly he told the truth. That is nothing. I had never seen anybody but lied one time or another. Without it, it was Aunt Polly or the widow or maybe Mary. Aunt Polly, Tom's Aunt Polly, she is, and Mary and the widow, Douglas, is all told about in that book, which is mostly a true book with some stretchers, as I said before. Now, the way that the book winds up is this. Tom and me found the money that the robbers hid in the cave, and it made us rich. We got 6,000 apiece, all gold. It was an awful sight of money when it was piled up. Well, Judge Thatcher, he took it and put it out at interest, and it fetched us $1 a day apiece all the year round, more than a body could tell what to do with. The widow Douglas, she took me for her son, and allowed she would civilize me, civilize spelled Sivilize, but it was rough living in the house all the time, considering how dismal, regular, and decent the widow was in all her ways, and so I lit out. I got into my old rags and my sugar hogshead again, and was free and satisfied. But Tom Sawyer, he hunted me up and said he was going to start a band of robbers, and I might join if I would go back to the window and be respectable. So I went back. The widow, she cried over me and called me a poor lost lamb, and she called me a lot of other names too, but she never meant no harm by it. She put me in them new clothes again, and I couldn't do nothing but sweat and feel all cramped up. When then the old thing commenced again, the widow rung her bell for supper, and you had to come to time. When you got to the table, you couldn't go right to eating, but had to wait for the widow to tuck down her head and grumble a little over the victuals, though there warn't really anything the matter with them. That is, nothing, only everything was cooked by itself. In a barrel of odds and ends, it is different. Things get mixed up, and the juice kind of swaps around, and things go better. After supper, she got out her book and learned me all about Moses and the bulrushers, and I was in a sweat to find out all about them. But by and by, she let it out that Moses had been dead a considerable long time, so then I didn't care no more about him, because I don't take no stock in dead people. Fucking exactly. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, it is fascinating reading old books, and like, that's not even the oldest version. That is like the modern abridged version of that book, and that shit is fucking nonsensical, man. You know? It's like, obviously I am meant to have read Tom Sawyer, and like, honestly, I mean, I do love me the classic Tom Sawyer tale of him enthusiastically painting a fence, or technically whitewashing it, and then some kid comes up and is like, "Hey, Tom Sawyer, why are you enjoying washing that fence so much?" And he's like, "Oh, well, it's the best thing ever. I love doing it. I wouldn't give it up for the world." And the kid is baffled by it. It's like, you're telling me you like whitewashing this fence? That it seems like a chore. It seems like work. And Tom Sawyer's like, no, it's the best thing ever. It's wonderful. Yeah, I'd do it for the rest of my life if I could. And so the kid wants to know, like, all right, what's so great about this? I want to do it. And Tom Sawyer's like, no, you can't do it. I'm doing it already. And then the kid's like, all right, fine. What if I gave you like 50 cents, and then I can whitewash the fence? And Tom Sawyer's like, all right, well, it's I'm really giving up a lot here, but it's a deal. 50 cents, I'll let you whitewash this fence. And then he goes and fucks off and does something enjoyable. But the thing of it is that it's like, you know, he tricked this kid into doing this menial task that he didn't like doing, but he pretended like he did. Like, it's a fun, clever little story. But it's not one that I need to read. We're going, warrant, and, oh, yeah, but it's like, I don't know. It is interesting reading older stuff like that, but it is also something that is, like, I feel wholly unnecessary, you know? Because it's like, let's say I give you a book, and you read the book, and you love the book, you read it cover to cover, and you understand the book, all the symbols, everything that's going on there within it. That's great. But then let's say I hand the book to another person, and this person reads the book, but then doesn't understand it. They don't get any themes, they don't get any real plot relevance. They can tell you what happened in the book, but they can't tell you what any of it means. And it's like, you know, and then you take a third person, and then you tell them all about this book, all about what it means, but you don't give them the book to read. Who knows the most? Obviously, it's the first person, the person who read the book and understood it. But the person who was told what the book meant knows more than the person who read the book, but then didn't understand what it meant, right? So it's like, if it's going to be one or the other, it's like, I would rather know about a book, understand it, and not have read it, than, like, read a book, watch a movie, play a video game, and not understand what any of it meant, right? It's like, I would rather watch a video essay about, like, a video game I won't play, than play a video game that I'm not really going to like, and I'm not really going to enjoy, and I'm not going to complete, and I'm not going to fully engage with, you know? So it's like, I don't know, I think there is relevance to older texts of work, what they mean, the significance of them, but it's like, that's more interesting, right? It's more interesting hearing about how a book was perceived, what was the cultural impact of it, you know? What other books did it inspire? What other authors kind of took inspiration from this novel, from this author, and what did they go on to make, and how did that influence people, you know? Like, those are things I find to be interesting, and it's like, you don't necessarily have to know or read the book in and of itself. It's good, it's great if you want to do that, if that's a passion or a section of knowledge that you want to pursue and understand greater. That's great, but I don't think it's something that is essential, you know? Ugh. But yeah, anyway, sorry for the big long rant. I don't know. I do that a lot. I like ranting, raving, craving, and I don't know, not shaving. I got a big old beard. Now, yeah, I think it's time for everyone here to go to sleep. Swim through coral reefs. Expedition escape. SK can now take you to the continent from any expedition flag. Alright, interesting. So yeah, where am I? Okay, I'm here. It seems the next step is to go there. Alright, alright. Because, like, I don't know, my point with, like, reading the beginning of Huckleberry Finn is not that, like, Mark Twain wasn't a great writer. No, he was. He was, like, one of the best for his time. But it's like, Mark Twain is a very interesting historical figure to talk about and to discuss. But it's like, it's like, here's the thing, if you just give somebody Huckleberry Finn to read, they might not understand what the fuck's going on and what the relevance is and like what the point to reading it is.
Swim.
Huh. Well, that's kind of fun, I guess. But yeah, it's like, you know, obviously if you read, like, I don't know, I forget what all the, like the cliff notes of Huckleberry Finn, you're obviously not going to get the full context and the full story, but it's like, I don't think it's a requirement for you to have to read a specific text or anything like that, you know? Like, it's nice if you want to, but I don't think it's something that is necessarily required, particularly when that shit is old and incomprehensible, you know? It's like, a lot of people really like Shakespeare, think Shakespeare is, like, the greatest writer to ever exist. And, personally, I don't give a fuck about Shakespeare, you know? It's like, I'm sure he wrote stuff. Do I care about the stuff he wrote? No. Like, is it relevant? Yeah, of course it's relevant. But is it necessary for me to know about it and to sit down and read or watch a Shakespeare play? No. Okay.
Let's carve a path. No time to lose. Let's carve a path. Let's carve a path. Target marked.
Ready to parry.
Bring it on.
Not looking good.
Oh, wow.
It's like, I don't know, I remember before I dropped out of college for a variety of reasons. But, you know, for sake of argument, let's just say it's because I'm too stupid, you know? I remember we were reading the Canterbury Tales, and, like, that shit isn't even in Old English or, like, 1800s dialogue and dialect. That shit is in Middle English. Like, that, it is fucking, it legitimately incomprehensible, you know? And it's like, it's like, I get reading it as is, but it's like, if I can't understand it, what the fuck is the point of me reading it, you know? It's like, say for example, if you handed me a Japanese poem, like, I'm not going to be able to read that shit. I don't know Japanese, you know? Same thing with anything else. You hand me something in fucking Italian. It's like, I'm not going to know what any of that means. But it's like, you could tell me about the poem, you could translate it for me, and then also include footnotes where it's like, hey, here's stuff that isn't necessarily translatable, you know? And it's like, when you translate a poem, it changes the meaning completely and entirely. But it's like, that's necessary if you want me to understand the poem. If you just give me the poem as is, I'm not gonna know what to do with the fucking poem because I don't know what it means. Oh, you're a fight. I didn't expect you to be a fight.
Ready to parry.
Yeah, this guy's gonna fucking kill us. Yeah, send in the reserve team, just so I can keep listening to this fucking banger of a soundtrack. Damn, that's crazy. All right. Fair enough.
Swimsuit on. The fastest swimmer.
I think also my point that I was trying to make is that I think comprehension is better than interpretation. You know, it's like you can't comprehend you can't interpret if you can't comprehend. You know, it's like you're asking me to interpret something and understand the meaning and pick up on themes and like have my own personal takeaway from the story, but I can't even comprehend the story. So it's like, what do you expect me to actually do? Yeah, I was about to say, is this guy not an enemy?
Finesse and grace.
Let's carve a path.
Now was our chance.
Dodge! There's no dodge! Ready to...
Now's our chance. Thunder!
Not impressed.
Danger!
Luna.
Danger!
Damn. Almost at it.
Ready to evade.
No tricks.
Oh, okay.
Take your shot.
Violence. That's more like it. find another dance.
A te grindavi. Oh, Miguel.
Alright.
Let us get wet.
So, yeah, am I supposed to be going that way? I guess so.
So this is Visage Island.
He who guards truth with lies.
Are those faces?
An infinite sea of them.
Interesting.
Is the island singing?
This melody.
This is creeping me out.
What's it doing?
It's not attacking.
Was that an invitation?
So it seems.
Feels like a trap.
I don't mind a straightforward path for once. Better than battling through a mountain of Nevrons.
No, Verso's right. Something feels off.
Oh, I'm harmless. You don't need those.
Well, if you're harmless, then these weapons will stay harmless too.
Touché. Well, Visage invites you to join him in his chamber at the end of this path. I assume that's why you're here.
Where do the other paths lead?
You're free to traverse them. Masks are not just to obscure, they may also illuminate. Look for the masks that you need.
Meaning?
The invitation stands.
Well, head straight to the Axon. Or take the other paths.
I have the feeling that I'm gonna have to take the other path, see, regardless, but I don't know. Maybe you could just head straight to the guy.
They seem so joyful. I'm almost jealous.
On the surface, at least.
He who guards truth with lies.
Let's spill some ink. Finesse and precision.
Let's carve a path. Ready to strike. Worth it.
Let the ink flow.
You're outmatched.
Let's spill some ink. Finesse and precision. Nice.
Ready to strike. Ready to strike.
Feel the burn. Careful, Verso.
Target marked.
'69th Expedition. Fleur. Good thing Anthony upgraded all the climbing handholds. Not only are they much easier to install in the cliff faces, they're also a lot nicer to use. We're setting the last few handholds tomorrow. Then we can finally get out of these caverns and see the sun again. I can't wait to rejoin the mountaineering team. I still remember that first mountain we scaled. Watching the sun rise above the clouds was magical. But rappelling down as we set the handholds was pure exhilaration. I know some of the others chafe at being restricted to recon only. I get it's not very satisfying making maps and prepping trails while people are dying. But this prep work will pay off in the long run. It may not be glamorous, but truly essential work rarely is. Doesn't make it any less important. And as the Expedition 69 motto says, we are literally laying a trail for the ones who come after. Step by step, handhold by handhold, each expedition carries the next one forward.
I'm ready. Finesse and precision.
You're outmatched.
Here we go.
Careful, my elf.
You're outmatched.
Chroma is flowing.
I won't disappoint.
Just try it.
I'm ready. You can't leave us yet.
No margin for error. Feel the burn.
Lule, watch out!
My turn. Oh well.
Ready. No more tricks.
What lovely feet. That's more like it. A bit of violence, yes.
No, right. There we go. We got the fun outfit for little old you. Now at this point, honestly, I'm gonna go ahead and call it quits as soon as I'm gonna make sure I get to a save point. What a weirdo.
Let's carve a path. I've got this. I've got this.
Let the ink flow.
Lovely.
Uh, 10:18. Okay, cool. That one just happened. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and call it quits. For now, but I'll continue on the morrow or later today. I don't know. Who knows? I'm probably gonna go to sleep. Night. Even though it's currently 10